rhythm and the crew. Move, move. Alright, I'm let me tell you listen. Move, move. We a dance to the rhythm and the groove. Move, move. Watch them as they bang through, them a move. So we chop it, so we do it. This a rhythm I lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it, so we do it. Lock down we a lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. So we do it. This a rhythm I lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. Alright, so we chop it, so we do it. Down down we a lock down the street. So we chop it, so we do it. This a when you come feel lock down the street. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune. All I'm full of go play back again. And everybody say yeah. All I'm full of go play back again. See them tackle up the big tune.
Testing 1 2 3. Welcome. What is going on, folks? Welcome to the FSBN channel. My name is Jason. I'll be your host this evening. We're going to be flying one of our, what I thought was our last charters, but it's probably not going to be. Florida. It's looking like Florida's going to make it in the playoffs. Now they're only a game away, really, a point up. So if Pittsburgh wins, Florida's out. The good news is first round would be up to Raleigh-Durham. That's nothing. That's like an hour and 40-minute flight for us. So if we had to, the MD-80 is not gone just yet. Welcome aboard, folks. Sean, thanks for the 5x5. I hope you're having a great week. We're going to go ahead and start in without any further ado. We're going to be flying from Fort Lauderdale to Washington Dulles, and you can see this banana route we've got going on here. And the reason why we're picking this route, we're going to go all the way up to Atlanta, kind of on the west side, and then up, and then over. And the reason why is through this whole entire area is this big squall line of thunderstorms right up in here. So the thunderstorms, the worst of it is going to be to the east of us. That's why we didn't want to fly this way and get creamed right into it. It wouldn't be a good, smart move. So in any event, we're going to kind of go around a little button hook here and then drop in. So this is a nice weather route, weather avoidance route. So that's why we're not taking a more direct route to Dulles tonight. All right, let's go ahead and jump in the flight deck and let's get this thing started. Shelton, how are you? Pops is in the house. How's it going? John, I did see that application, my friend. I saw that you applied. Thank you. That's good. We put you on a list. Like I said, we're probably not going to be hiring for a bit, but we'll get you going here in a minute. All right, let's go ahead and turn this thing on. Now, it's hot in Florida, so I'm going to elect to start the APU as soon as I possibly can. But the first thing we're going to do is actually just set the overhead. That's exactly the way I had it, actually. I'm just going to throw the bat on and then flip it down. I'm going to actually use, you can see this, you want to see these two annunciator lights on, and then you're going to go ahead and throw the EMR power on, and then that should go off. Then you're just checking that EMR, and then back over here, I'm going to throw this to, you're going to test the fire. That's what we're doing here when we're testing everything. We're going to make sure all 6, yep. Before you start the APU, you want to make sure that you're going to have fire protection on the APU before you start it. All right, now, because we don't have any AC power on the aircraft, I mean, we don't have any, there's no AC power on the aircraft, just DC drawn off that battery. We're going to actually have to start the APU by a start pump. So we're going to throw the start pump on that's DC driven, and we're going to go ahead and fire the APU up right over here. Go to run, up to start, and that APU is going to start up, and then we'll have hopefully some good power coming in. Gary, how are you, my friend? The reason why we're not going to use the external power is because we're not simulating that. It's hot. You can see there's nothing in the cabin right now because we don't have any AC power on the aircraft. But when we get power going on the airplane, you'll see this cabin will come up. I'm going to throw that off. This is going to help us fire this thing up in the APU. All the way in the back of the aircraft, you can see the beautiful MD-88 here. We have it fired up right there. There's the APU. That's the exhaust outlet right there. Okay, the inlet's right up on top. Inlet, outlet, there you go. That's all she wrote. And this is actually a pack exhaust if you're looking at that. All right, we should have power now. You can see we got we have 2 blues. Let's go ahead and throw it on. And we'll wake the MD-80 up. All right, she's woken up. Let's go ahead and throw power on the airplane, and then we're going to go ahead and throw this to the on position, and then I'll go ahead and throw the valve open. You can see the cabin is starting to get hot, right? You're looking at 25 degrees Celsius in the cabin. That's hot. You know, it's pushing 80 something. So the team wouldn't like that. That was way too hot. All right, we've got it open. That's what we want. These are the pneumatic cross feeds. So they're open. Let's go ahead and wake Cliff up. Tell Cliff to get going, and we'll get the show on the road. Hope everybody's having a good week. Let's get started, Cliff. Let's get started, Cliff.
Set.
No. Let's get started. Let's start setting up.
Roger.
It's going to be one of those nights already, and we haven't even started. So this is going to be a fun one. All right, he's going to do his flows. We're going to do our flows, and we should be ready to go here shortly. So we got the battery switch, power brake. We've done that already. Fire loop's done. We've got that. We got the APU started. Right condition supply. We've got that on auto. We did our EMR test. We're going to go ahead and now throw the bank angle. Well, where did I put it? And also I'm going to start my ACARS program. So we'll fire up ACARS. And I'm hoping to dodge the COVID bullet. We'll see. We'll see if I can dodge the COVID bullet. Somebody I know has it, and I was very close to them. So we'll see. It's in the house. So I've got all the windows open, the fans on. I'm wearing a respirator when I go out of my office. We'll see how it goes. I hope to dodge that bullet. I don't think I'm going to be lucky enough though. All right, so 15. So I'm just kind of buying time, right? I'll pull that. There we go. That's open. Let's go ahead and program the FMC while he does his thing. We'll do ours. The Iraq data 2303. It's good. March 23rd, April 20th. That's great. Position initial. We're going to go ahead and throw in Kilo FLL, Fort Lauderdale, and we'll get that going in there. Wrong. That's on the ref right there. We're going to go in the last position. We'll throw that in on this and just make sure that you pull your airport information in there and you just take a look. You know, you're probably not going to have any spots where you are, but you can get it close. And it looks like North 2604. That's correct. 0.3. West 8009. West 8009. That's perfect. Go to the route page. We're going to actually plug it in normally here. Fort Lauderdale to Kilo in IAD Dulles International Airport. We're going to throw the co-route in there. Perfect. Looks like we're probably going to be taking runway. I don't know yet, tell you the truth. Let me pull the weather up here on my other iPad, and we'll see how we do. I flew into Puerto Rico earlier this afternoon, and it was really nice. Well, it was actually a thunderstorm headed in there. Right now in Fort Lauderdale, the weather is just eluding me. Hang on, folks. Let me pull it up right there. I'll give you an update on the Fort Lauderdale weather. All right. We'll write this in together just because you could see kind of what I'm doing. It's better when I'm not sitting there yapping. All right. Let's go ahead and write the weather in here together. We're at 060 at 7, so we're coming in. We've got visibility of 10 miles. It's a beautiful day here. Clear skies. We like that. Looking at 24 over 18, so temperature 24, dew point 18. Altimeter is going to be 30.07. So you can see that we're using runways. We're departing 10 left, 10 right. That's perfect. So we're going to use 10 right for us. That's our runway of choice today. It's close to us, and then that's it. And then, of course, when we get a little closer, we'll get IAD's weather in there. All right, let's go ahead and call the fuel truck, get the fuel truck going while we program this. We don't want to waste any time, so let's go ahead and pull that fuel truck in.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
Yeah, I know.
Refueling truck is on its way.
Okay, that refuel truck's coming in. I'm going to write down the numbers we've got. So we're going to put in 4150 over 3950, and we've got 50 in the center. And we wanted a total of 20. That was quick.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck. Please use your airplane fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Yes, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and do this together. We'll pull up the paperwork here. There's always something to do, and Coastal Airways, we've got a lot of paperwork to do. If that's fun. We're going to do 9.4 on the wing tanks. That's about...
Hi, Captain. How are you feeling today?
Good. That's about kind of normal. So that'd be 18.8 on both of that, and then we're just pull off that 26.6. We're looking at 7.8 in the center. So if I did the math right, if we go 7.8 plus 9.4, I got a little calculator here, plus 9.4, just to make sure the numbers are right, because you don't want to screw around with fuel. You want to make sure. If you do it in your head, I would recommend do it with the calculator as well, just to make sure that the head math is good to go. All right, so 9.5, 9.4, 9.4, 7.8, 26.6. That's how much fuel we're going to take on this airplane right now, and then we've already got our numbers here.
Please use your
so we could do that.
Fuel system to set the desired fuel quantity.
Let's do that right now. That's 0, that's 10, that's 15, right there. 9, 10, 11, there's 11, and then we're looking at 4, 8, 8150 we came in with. So 8150 we came in with. We're going to go ahead and depart with 26.6. We've got the fuel truck ready to go. Let's go ahead and pump some fuel in this airplane. What do you say? We'll go over here. You could look and you could see what we have, but this is not correct. So let's go into our weight and balance, and we're going to sim brief OFP. We're going to pull in our sim brief. Now a lot of people will import the sim brief. You can see the Fort Lauderdale IAD. Now if you're wondering how to do that, it's a program that SimBrief uses called the FMS Downloader. right here. It's a really good program, SimBrief downloader tool. You can go ahead and download it with your Navigraph, or you could just go to SimBrief, and you can download it from there
Please use
or
your
your
airplane
Navigraph
fuel
account.
system to set the desired fuel
All right,
quantity.
we'll pull that in there. You can see that's 9.2, 9. So we're gonna go a little less on the fuel. I wonder. I'm thinking the 7.3, 7.4. I just flew the 7.3, so I'm a little 9.2, 9.2, and then we'll do 8.1 in the center tank. That makes a little more sense. All right, so 8.1 is going to give us 26. That'll be good, and then
Please use your airplane fuel system to set
our
the
forward
desired
cargo,
fuel
we're going to be
quantity.
putting in about, I think, 8,100. So looking like 8,100 pounds of, yeah, and you can see this cargo aft bags, that's already programmed. So put it to 0, and then your 0 fuel weight should be pretty darn accurate, and it is, so that's perfect. Now let's go ahead and get the fuel going. So what you do is just click this, and then it's going to start pumping the fuel. You can see how the fuel gallons are starting to go up. There you go. All right, good to go. Terrible, Cliff. Yeah. Good evening. What's up? Out of step. That's right. I'm flying from Van Nuys. Have about 1 hour after. Nice. Ryan, what's going on, my friend? Chicago Skyhawk is in the house as well. Christopher, we don't catch a bro. I hope we don't catch it. That's for sure. But I heard it's really contagious, so I'm really sorry I had to cancel. My Patreon had some financial issues working through them. Oh man, Gary, you're right, dude. It happens, man. It's all good. Appreciate the support, my friend. That's all right. All right, let's keep going on this. We've got all right, let's get into this. We got the fueler going in there, so the fuel's going. Let's go runway 10 right. We're gonna go ahead 10 right. Sounds like Cliff's working. That's good. So we're gonna go departure. We're gonna depart Hard Rock 1, the departure, and we're gonna go to the. Don't know. I'm gonna pull up my paperwork really quick. We've got the smells. All right, and then we're going to be arriving with the. Looks like we're going to be arriving AML. Are we not doing an arrival? That just looks like it's no arrival, which is really weird. I don't think that's actually accurate. So let's take a look at that. I'm sure we're going to have a star to fly.
TCAS system test, okay.
We're coming in from the south. Let's see. This is probably, we're coming in more southwest. No. Oh, there's one right there. Where's that? Docks. Linden, Docks, Gibbs 4, Beckley, Charleston. It's kind of more West Virginia area. Let's just take a look at our route while we're here and just let me see what kind of feeds into that before we go nuts. All right, so we've got Monticello, and then we're from Monticello, so that's kind of that southern route. Let's see if we can get something that's going to work for us, or we can hook up to an arrival, because I really want to fly that arrival in. It's just going to be better for us to do so, especially in Washington. You never know. Looks like for us, though, it's going to be Doran. No, let's try this. That's the Richmond or Flat Rock. Flat Rock is over here, not too far away, but that might be in those cells, so we kind of want to stay away from that stuff. Well, then maybe we can fly that
Restart
Cavalier.
check completed to the line.
Thank you.
Hi, the security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Yes. Yes. Yes, go for it.
Okay.
Let's see. We've got Linden, Monticello. Okay, that's what I want to do. This route's going to start right at Clegg, so we're going to do that. So we've got Monticello here. We're going to go right to Finks. So Monticello, we're going to go up to a waypoint called Finks. And these are just GPS waypoints. If you're ever looking at this, you can see these GPS waypoints. We're going to go straight to Finks. And then from Finks, then we're going to join up to the Clegg. And then we're going to go in, okay, via Linden, which is going to be up here. So we'll come up there, more of the western route. And then we'll figure out which runway we're going to land as we get a little closer. So we're going to fly the Docks 3, and I'll show you the Docks 3 arrival here in just a minute. So we're going to fly the Docks 3 HVQ transition. We're not going to fly that transition. We're going to fly right into Clegg first, and then we'll go in. So if don't execute anything, you go to your legs page. This is an MD-80, so this is kind of a weird one. So you go to your legs page. You got all this ODF, we're looking at MOL, then you want to stop it right there. So Monticello, and then from Monticello you're going to go to Clegg, CLLG. So let's type in CLLEG. That's going to kind of jump us right into there. We're going to drop it right over the top of there. And then from Clegg, we want to go to, see that Docks? And that's our next waypoint. So we're going to go from Docks, put it in the scratch pad, and we're going to come over and dump it right over the top. And now we're hooked up to an arrival, which will help us, and we'll activate,
traffic JetBlue
execute.
1902 is taxiing to runway 10 left via Tango 8 for Fort Lauderdale.
We've got, I'm sorry, Shelton, yeah, join the patron list. I saw that, man. Thank you. Appreciate the, and I've got some stuff on up my sleeve I'm working on right now for something new and fresh for the patrons. I do a lot of, with these charters, I do a lot of private streaming. Like I'll stream just for the patrons, usually one day of the week or some couple days a week. It depends on the charters. I usually do a lot of that on charters. All right, so let's go to route data. We're good to go on that. Let's go to the init ref. 0 fuel weight. I'm going to go ahead and put in 1024. And while we do that, let's go ahead and get the boarding going. I should have done that, but we'll see. 1024 fuel, 26.6. We still taking fuel on? Yeah, we're still taking fuel on right there on the center now. All right, 23.6, where we go? 23.6 / alpha, which means it's auto. It's going to auto draw down. Right there, we'll throw that on the fuel schedule. And then reserves, I don't want to land with less than 6,000 pounds. All right, now the weather in Dulles looks great. I mean, all those the cells pushed away from it. That's actually just to the south of that airport, so we're okay for now. But you never know what could happen. 340 on the cruise today. We're going to be cruising at a cruise wind of 298 at 36. 298/39. Sorry, 39 right there. We'll throw that in there. Once we're at top of climb, looks like -46 when we're there. Top of climb right there. You get that deviation there. We'll click the takeoff. Wait for that. Let's get and board them. And so we're going to go to the doors, start the boarding, and I don't want to pull GSX to do it because it's all jacked up. GSX boarding is kind of weird sometimes with this airplane. So I've got to fix it. I didn't fix it, so instead of having all these passengers bunched up. And we could try it. Let's go ahead and try it. That's the wrong one. I don't want that. All right, let's try request boarding. Let's see what happens.
Do you want to board crew?
No, I don't. We're already on the airplane. Nobody. All right, we're going to go ahead and close the aft service door. We don't need that. We're going to close the forward service door. That's great. Ryan said flying the UAL dub in Dulles. That's right. Nice. Yes, it is nice. Final destination for tonight. It would be Dulles International Airport, if you're asking. That's where we're going. Dulles International, folks. Good old, we're taking the Florida Panthers over to play the Capitals, and hopefully they lose. I'm kidding. I'm just joking. Actually, I do love these charters, and matter of fact, Sean forced me to purchase another.
Fort Lauderdale traffic JetBlue 1902 is departing runway 10 left on the Felix to departure for Fort Lauderdale.
All right, we're good on that. We're going to come through here. I do need to do some takeoff data, so let's go ahead and get that done. We're going to use TopCat to do it. I'll show you kind of how we're going to use them in conjunction with our EFB on the aircraft. And then we're going to do our flows, and we should be good to go. We'll do our checklist, and we'll roll it. So performance coming in. Actually, yes, performance coming in. Let me fill out this right here. Fort Lauderdale. We'll plug that in as dry. Winds are 0607. 060/7. The outside air temperature is 24 degrees. 24. And it is 10 right. Oh, come on, man. Flaps are going to be optimum. That has screwed that up. This is going to tell us our flap, which we want. And then we're looking at 30. It's like 3007. There we go. 30.07. We'll throw that in the altimeter. Put that on there, right there. Okay, anti-ice is off. Packs are on. By the way, if you're new to the channel, you want to know what Coastal Airways is about. We're really about simulating real-world airline operations. We try to do it right. We learn something. We have fun. That's kind of what we're about here. All right, takeoff weight. I'm showing a takeoff weight. It's going to be about 128.2, so nice and light. That's what's so cool about these charters. We're pretty light, even though we have a full boat of people. That is 60. Okay, we got normal TO. That's fine. And we're going to click calculate, see what it comes up with. Now, the cell temp, I want you to disregard that cell temp, all right, folks? I want you to care about the flap. So we're going to write down flap 13 in our logbook here. This is our company sheets here. So we're going to write in our flap at 13. That's what we're going to take off with. And then we're going to go ahead. Bless you. And then we're going to go flap 13, 129, 34, 43. You can write those numbers in. So we're going to go 129, 130, 134, 143. Cell temps, we don't know yet. And then I am going to write that in there. 232 is our maneuvering speed, flap up maneuvering speed, so that's important. Everything else is good to go here. And we're going to go ahead and get our trim from our weight and balance data. So we're going to pull that trim up, and then we're going to do the takeoff weight CGs, 11.8. That's not trim, that's just our CG. So center of gravity pretty darn forward. I don't like that so much. I like to be a little aft, so I don't know what's up with that. So I might want to shift. Normally the MD-80 pushes an aft CG. You get better fuel burn that way. So I'd rather shift the CG back a little bit, so maybe we could split this a little bit up. Maybe we go 40, so if we went 4,000 up here in the front, and then 4,100 in the aft, you could see what's going to happen, right? See how he shifts almost way out of limits here, and our takeoff CG, or zero fuel weight's right out there, takeoff CG is way aft, so that's not going to work, right? So let's push in, I don't know, let's split this up. Let's go 7, or we can go 7,000. We can see how that is. And then we're going to go 2,100. Let's see that. Let's see what that does for us. That's more comfortable. I like that CG. It's kind of right in the middle. That's good. Right within limits. The other one was in limits as well, but with that forward CG like that, the airplane is going to be trimming. Right? The airplane's going to be trimming like this. It causes more drag in the cruise, which you burn more fuel. So if you can trim it nose down, you're going to get better performance on the airplane and less drag. So there you go. That's why we kind of do that way. All right, performance. Okay, we got everything there. I'm just trying to think what we need to do. Let's go to TopCat now, and let's plug in our TopCat data. Young Aviator, what's going on? Thanks for checking in. Welcome aboard here. All right, we got 60. We're going to do, that's our baggage. We kind of got that all set up. We're going to go Fort Lauderdale, and we're taking this to Dulles. We've got 26.6 on board. We're going to be burning 800 on the taxi. We're probably going to end up burning today total. Looks like 15.1 on the fuel. That's too much fuel. Okay. That is correct. We're looking at 102.6, give or take. All right, we'll go to the takeoff tab, and we're going to go ahead and update. Close this, and I still use TopCat for one reason.
For you.
Flaps, remember I said flap was 13, so we're going to keep it at 13. Normal plus art, normal TO art, air conditioning's on, anti-ice is off, click compute, let's see what it brings up. And the only reason why I use this is to pull this. Now, if we did 50, we'd have 214 foot of margin. That is not too, that's a close shave for me, so I don't like that. So I want to use about 1,000 feet. So I'm going to give myself 40, and that's why we do it. So I only use this to find the flex data, right? So this is 40, and that's what I'm going to use for our documentation. So I'm going to use a cell temp today, but we're going to use 40 degrees instead of 50. That's going to help the performance of the airplane. Okay, if that makes any sense to you. All right, so we're going to come down here, take a look. Again, our paperwork's coming out. This is one thing about airlines, and this airline in general. You're going to be doing a lot of paperwork. 9,200 over 9,200, and we're looking at 8,000 in the center. And that should give us 26.4. So a little short on the fuel, about 200 pounds. But again, you got to remember, we're burning fuel with the APU. So that's what that is. We said, what was our takeoff? Zero fuel, 102. 102.4 I got on my sheets. I know he tested it, but I'm just checking that there. Okay, we're going to go ahead and I'll show you really quick. All right, we're boarded, ready to go. I'm going to throw this. This is the auto thrust. I'm going to throw that to the off. It just gives us a little more thrust if we have like an engine failure or something like that. It pumps it in on a takeoff. But with a reduced takeoff like this, we have to inhibit it because we're manually doing it. So we're going to go 40 cell temp. That's good. All set there. Ready to go down here. I'm going to throw my card up just to have it. And while we're here, we're going to do our data here. 12.9. Look at that. He already set that. That was so nice of him. 12.9. We've got a trim of, you can see about, that's not right, 13. So we're going to do flap 13. There, Cliff. And we're going to pull down the handle. It's called a suitcase handle. And then we're going to stop that. And we're going to go ahead and check it with the yoke. Good old MD-80 screaming at you. Gotta love it. Long trim is going to be 0.7. Yowzer. Long haul, isn't it? All right, folks. That's about right there. Okay, we're still not done. We're going to come to their takeoff. We're almost done. We've got everybody boarded, so we're just going to run the checks, and then we're going to get the heck out of Dodge. Everybody's on the airplane already, so that's good. We're going to go down to 13. This is our very unique to the MD-80s, a dial-a flap. Whatever flap setting you want, you can set it in there. It's not like like a 737 or something. It's a little different. Our 122.8, we're on there. 0, 0. We're just going to come back here, check this to 0, and that's to 0. These two are on. That's good. And I'm just going to look on the overhead panel with you really quick. Just kind of do a waterfall flow, making sure things are good. I'm going to test that. Test that. Okay. Keep that on the right side. We're going to start that engine first. Coming down here. Start pumps off. Galleys on. Those are good. DC buses in the open position. That's good. That's good. That's good. No smoking is on. That's me. Captain heater Q is on. We've got anti-ice on. That's one on. I'm actually going to throw all our pumps on right now in the center tank as well. We're going to burn from that center tank. Let's go ahead and sit that on. Looks good there. Great. Cleared. Good pressure on one side. All that's good to go. Just kind of peek up there. That's good. We'll go ahead like this. Throw that transfer lock out, and then we're going to go ahead and check IAD altitude is 313 feet, so pretty good. We'll set our pressurization panel like this. You don't know the pressure yet. You don't really need to right now. You could just kind of set it there. I'll look to see what they're reporting. Obviously, it's 2.5 hours away, so it's probably going to change a little bit by the time we get there. But you could set this up now. It's really on your descent. It's more important to do that. Let's see. I'm looking for a TAF, METAR. It's reporting right now 3038, so nice and high. Probably about right there-ish. A nice cabin temperature. Good. Okay, we're ready to go here. Let's go ahead and run the checklist. I am DJC. Hey, what's going on? Welcome aboard. We're getting ready to start the engines, actually. We'll run our checklist and we'll be done. All right, we wrote our numbers down. You can see we've got, we said 129, 134. I'm going to throw that in there. And 134, we'll throw that in there. And we will do one thing that I need to do, which this is kind of where the MD-80 is a little old and ancient. We're going to go to the legs page. You can see the route data. Let's throw that route data in. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about in terms of, you know, old school, how you did things old school. And this is what we're going to do. So we're just going to kind of come and put our paperwork here. And I'm going to kind of skip this. And our first actual waypoint that we're going to be concerned with is thorough. So you can see no gnarl. We've got gnarl right there. That's what I'm looking at. And I'm going to change my pen here. We're looking at 298.39. So that's good. All right, we're going to give that a nice big old college check mark next to it. We've got it smells 287.39. That's good. Right within there. 275. Yeah, we're going to have to change that one. So Jawa, we're going to change it. We're going to go to the next page here, and then we're going to put in 279/43. And you got to do this anytime there's a 10-degree change on your paperwork or a 10 knot change, okay? 64. Dang. I'd call that 10. I'm gonna leave that alone. So we're going to leave that one. PZD 259. We're going to have to make a change on that. 259 right there at 59. So PDZ 259/59. And we'll give it a good old drop. Execute it. Keep on trucking. Thrasher's coming in. That's by Atlanta. 254 at 63. That's good. We're just going to leave that the way it is. ODF, I got 248 at 73. That's too high. so the winds are too high, so we're going to have to change that. 248.73. And you can see, you guys might know a way you can pull that data in. I haven't done it yet. I like old school sometimes. The next one's 250.73. We're going to keep it the same. And, of course, Monticello 254 at 85. Yeah, we'll have to change that. 254, it really doesn't matter at this point because it's the last one, but it's good. It just helps the computer calculate your fuel burn a little bit better. That's why we do that. And you're going to do that the same thing for the descent, but we're not going to do that on the ground now. So there we go. Would they still be training people to fly the MD-80 these days? In some countries, yes. So weekly check expired. I hate when it says that because I asked for a check on this thing. Anyway, we're good. We're all set, ready to go, folks. We just got to throw that aft stair up. We're going to do that right now. But we got to get some power on the airplane to do so. So we're going to pull that up. Aft stair, call it. There we go. And I'll go ahead and throw the pump off. All right, let's get Cliff awake and we'll start checklist. And while he does that, I'm going to open the window because it's super nice outside. All right, that's a cool thing about Florida. All right, let's go run the checklist. Pre-start check. Pre-start check below the line.
Covers and pins.
Removed.
Aircraft log and documents.
Checked on board.
Altimeters.
Set.
Fuel, oil, hydraulic quantities.
All right, fuel's good. We've got 26.4. We're good to go all the way down to 22. We can't take off less than that, so we'll do a check when we get there. 22,450 we got in the airplane right now. Oil quantity looking at 15 and 16. Hydraulic quantity, we've got 14 straight across the board. Checked. Checked.
Zero fuel weight.
Set.
TRP.
40 takeoff flex.
Stabilizer.
Set. Set.
Welcome on board today. As you locate your assigned seat, please place your smaller items under the seat.
Set and checked.
Provide more room for larger
Flaps
items
takeoff
in our
selector.
overhead compartment.
Stowed.
Speed bugs.
Set.
Contact the flight attendant.
Pre-start check below the
If you are
line
unable
completed.
to accommodate
Are you ready for the
everyone
departure
in the
briefing?
cabin, please bring it to
Go
the
ahead.
boarding door and we will
All right,
check
this is what we're going to do, folks.
Also review the safety
We're going to be taking off with the Hard Rock 1
departure.
departure on a 10 right. So we're going to be blasting off out of here, going on a 096 degree heading to LeBeau. And then we're going to go to room 4000 and above. We're going to go to YOLO, Lyric, and then up to Jones, Hard Rock. And then we're taking this back track, this western track, up to Atlanta. That's it. We're going to climb top altitude 4,000. Probably going to go higher than that. We'll check ATC if ATC is on board. The taxi route today is going to be pretty simple. We're going to be going to 10 right. So just a couple of. I'll zoom into the detailed airport charts. Pretty cool, and you can do that. We're going to take off. Just taxi on Gulf here. Gulf Lima Hotel 3, and then we'll go Juliet 1. Blast off on 10 right. All right, that's it. If there's any issues or problems with the airplane during the roll, master caution comes on or something like that, we'll stop the aircraft like normal, close the throttles, pull the reversers. If it's from 80 knots to V1, we're only going to stop on the fire failure, fear shear, so any engine fire failure. If the airplane's coming apart on us or we've got some wind shear, we'll just stop the aircraft. Again, same thing. Reversers, we're going to be pretty aggressive because it's a shorter runway. So we'll put reversers up, we'll slam on the brakes. I'll make sure the speed brake pops out, and then we'll probably have to taxi back. We'll keep the brakes off, we'll cool it down, and we'll go from there. Any questions?
No questions.
Good. And for the cruise, for you folks watching us, you're my FO. Cliff is not. You are. Cliff won't tell me if I'm screwing something up, but you will. So I need you out there to watch what I'm doing and make sure I'm doing it right. Or if I screw something up, you got to let me know. All right, it's important. Okay, we're good to go. We've got everything done. Dial flap is set. Let's go ahead and do our speed bug, 0 fuel weight, stab trim, dial flap, and seatbelts are on. Doors are closed. We're ready to get the heck out of here, folks. I'm ready when you are. Let's go ahead and fly the Mad Dog. Let's go ahead and check if we need any clearance. Get your clearance. I'm going to try to do that right now. You can see, looks like Fort Lauderdale is not on. Fort Myers is, but we have Jacksonville on center. Pretty much all the way up, we're going to have some coverage. Atlanta's not on, but DC is, or Washington. Looks like there's an event going on in the Northeast. I don't know what's going on up there, but it looks pretty busy. All right, with that being said, okay, thanks.
Set.
No. Before start check.
Parking brakes.
Set.
Doors.
Closed.
Startup and pushback clearance.
Approved.
Before start check completed, ready for engine start.
Let's start right engine.
Starting right engine. Right start valve open, N2, oil pressure.
Now we're going to take a look at the N2 here. At 22%, we're going to go ahead and throw some fuel on there.
N1.
Yeah, and then we're going to watch our oil pressure and make sure the oil pressure is coming up. Get ready for the fuel.
Fuel on.
Fuel's coming on. Hit the timer. Fuel on. Timer's coming in, and we're on the clock. Let's get rid of that.
Fuel flow, EGT. Right start valve closed.
All right, EGT's coming up, and you'd have your hand on this control just in case you get a hot start or something like that. You need to kill it. All right, she's lit. Good light. Good deal. Let's go ahead and start the left engine now.
Stabilizing. Stabilized.
All right, let's go ahead and start it up. Start left engine.
Starting left engine. Left start valve open. N2, oil pressure.
Okay, on the clock.
N1.
22.
Fuel on.
Fuel's on. There's the light.
Fuel flow. EGT. Left start valve closed.
There it goes, coming back. 2 good starts. 2 good starts, Cliff. 2 good starts. Okay, we're checking our voltage
Stabilizing.
now. Looking at the
Stabilized.
AC volts are good. Battery is good to go. You should see it right here. Amps. And then finally, that's good. Okay, 2 goods. Going to throw the APU off. Galley power's on. And let's go ahead and throw the... that's off. That's off. Auto. Auto. Set. Start pumps off. I've got that on. Okay. Ignition. We'll keep it off for now. Let's go ahead and do an after start check. After start check.
Ignition.
Off.
Electrical loads.
Checked.
Air conditioning supply.
Auto.
Galley power.
On.
Ice protection panel.
Off.
Pneumatic crossfeed valve levers.
Closed.
Flight controls.
Set and checked.
Hydraulic pumps and pressure.
On.
If there is a loss of cabin pressure, a panel will open an oxygen mask will appear. Remain
Checked. High. On.
a mask towards to start the flow of
Set and checked.
Annunciator panel.
Checked.
bag may not inflate.
Ground equipment.
Cover your nose
Removed.
and mouth with the
All
mask.
clear signal.
Received.
Elastic band around your
Flaps,
head and
slats.
by pulling on the end.
Set and checked.
Mask before assisting
After start check completed.
Okay.
bottom cushion may be
We are cleared on the left.
We are clear on the right.
Taxi check.
aircraft.
Fuel heat.
Off.
Arms around the cushion and
Flaps
hold
and
on to the
slats.
straps located on the back.
Set checked.
This is a non
Beeper bugs and TRP.
smoking is not
Set and checked.
cabin or laboratory.
Takeoff speeds.
Cabin
No
lights
changes.
will now be turned off.
Takeoff briefing.
Performed.
Are located above your
ATC flight guidance systems and nav aids.
Set and checked.
FMS.
Pre-flight completed.
APU air and master switch.
Both off.
Brake temperature and pressure.
Checked.
Taxi check completed.
Thank you. All right, let's go, folks. I just want to make sure my audio settings on VATSIM's good to go, so I'll check that. Yes, it is. It might be FNO. I think it is. Let's go. That's probably what it is, you know. Brakes off. Here we go. Let's roll. Lauderdale traffic, Riptide, 5800, taxi, runway 10 right, via Gulf. Okay, throw our airport charts up here so I can see what I'm doing. All right, here we go. Let's go outside and listen to those GT8s. Beauteous. And those flaps are they're redone, really dirty now. Kind of dirtied them up. Our Jordan did a good job with that. He's our contractor painter. All right, looking good. Wow, look at the altitude. 60,000 feet. Who in the flipping world did that? That's not going to work. Let's set that to 5,000 now. I'll see if I can change that. When we get a little closer, 0.75 I think we're going to be cruising at. This thing's got a turn radius of a DC-10, so you got to go wide turns with it. Let's take a look at the paperwork and let's see what I was getting at here. We're going to be cruising 0.75, so I'm going to have to slow that down. I'm going to tap the brakes just on this turn. So we'll pull this. We're going to go 0.75. There we go. That's set. And I do want to change one thing before we line up and do our lineup check. So yeah. Do you imagine 60,000? This airplane would flame out in a minute. We'd have a two candle flame out on this puppy. We'd be like, what happened? I don't know. Alright, I don't like that. I don't like that. Fortunately, I know how to get rid of it. There we go. You just got to calibrate this thing back again. It's good to go. So if that happens to you on a tiller, when you're using a tiller, just pull the tiller left and right as far as it goes to the stops, and then it recalibrates it. I found that out the hard way a few times, actually. This airplane was taxiing crazy. All right, we're going to stop right here. We'll do our flows, and I am going to set the brake. Brake set. Let's go and close the window. Just a couple things I want to do first. I want to check our speed. Look at that. Speed is set way too high. That's got to be set at our V2 at 143. This airplane's trying to kill me. I'm just going to do this really quick. Sometimes quicker with the mouse. Going to say, what's it trying to do here? Kill me? Heading, change our heading to the takeoff departure out here. That was what, 096? Course is set. We're going to go ahead and just plug that in this way, 096. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. 096. And I'm just going to do one thing really quick. I'm going to try to tab that. There we go. That's fine. 6,000 feet. All right, we're ready to go. Let's run the checks. I'll tell them. Flight attendants, prepare the cabin for takeoff. Lineup check.
Cabin.
Secured.
Windows.
Left side is closed. Left side closed.
Right side closed. Annunciator panel.
Checked.
Ignition.
Set to Bravo.
Air conditioning supply.
Auto.
Transponder set to TARA. Takeoff clearance.
Received.
Lineup check completed.
Okay. All right, folks, let's get out of here. Let's go. Take a picture of this right here. It's such a cool looking airplane, that's for sure. Especially with the new paint on the nose, it definitely looks like an MD-80 now. That old school look, I like it. Okay, time to hit the runway ramp. Literally. I don't see anybody coming on final. We're good to go straight across. Brakes. Call them up. Lauderdale traffic, Riptide, 5800. Taking 10 right, parting north, Lauderdale. And you can see the Hard Rock Cafe right there. Isn't that pretty neat? Alright, folks, are we ready to go? I'm ready. By the way, if you're new to the channel, do me a favor right now. Hit that subscribe button for us. That'd be really helpful. Hopefully you like what you've seen so far, and you want to, that's one way to support the channel. That helps. All right, lights are on. We're good to go. Here we goes. Get some of that. I'm going to go ahead and click takeoff. You see how we have the FMA changed on us? Come on, airplane. Let's roll. What are you doing? There we go. You know what? I cannot get over this stinking screen. When I stream for you guys, I'm like, I lose 4 like inches of my screen. It's insane the amount of real estate I lose. And that's pretty wild. All right, I'm going to bring him up. Let's bring him up. 1.4 on the EPR. Look at that windsock last check. Looking good. Here we go. Throttle's up. I got the airplane. I'm going to push the yoke down. I'm going to auto throttle is on. My hand's going to come on the throttles, and we are set. Takeoff thrust is set.
Takeoff thrust set.
We're rolling.
Clamp.
Clamp.
80 knots. Cross check.
80 knots. V1.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Positive rate.
Gear up.
Gear up. Lights out.
Arm navigation.
Navigation is armed.
Select climb thrust.
Climb power is set.
Climb thrust set.
Whew. Engage VNAV.
VNAV is engaged.
Climb check.
Seatbelts.
Auto.
Climb check complete.
Flaps up.
Flap 0.
Spoilers retract.
Slats extended. Slats retract.
Yep. Autopilot on.
Autopilot 1 is on.
All right, folks, there we go. We'll kind of level off because we're trying to get some speed. Look at that bad boy, huh? Spewing the smoke. We're burning rocket fuel on this bad boy. Look at that. Sweet. If you ever wanted to fly the Mad Dog, folks, the best thing I can tell you, I have about probably over 200 hours in the airplane now, but the best thing you want to do, and I'm not an expert at any means, but I found that hands-on flying for at least until you get the thing cleaned up, it's the way to go, man. Otherwise, if you turn on the autopilot too quick, it just doesn't like it. So you got to hand fly the airplane till you get it stabilized, you get it cleaned up, you get a clean wing, and then go ahead and speed up and then turn it on if you want to. We're going to turn the weather radar on just because I know that weather's coming. I just don't know when. Well, I do know when. It's coming up in a little bit. All right, let's get to your comments. Cliff did. Yes. Got that. Maybe it's your OBS settings. It could be. Or video capture settings. I tried. It's not. It's my screen. I have a ultra wide, and it just doesn't support ultra wide right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't. So anyway, when's the next classes? All right. Hey, what's up, man? Captain, how are you? Just your average weeb? What's going on? How's Riddle going? You're on spring break, I'm sure, right?
Stabilizer motion.
Yeah, that's an MD-80. Okay. Stabilizer motion. All right, so go ahead and throw that. Set those, and we're cruising now at 10,000 feet. We've already done our climb check. TRP is off. We're on the climb on there. All right, good stuff. Let's go ahead and get ready to call Jack Center if they're still going to be on. Who knows? When's the next class, sir? That's a good question. Definitely probably going to be summertime, I'm assuming. So, you know, I've got a couple things to do. We've got a few pilots to get on board still before I open hiring. So when those pilots, you know, graduate, get through the training, we'll consider, you know, opening it up for another class. So that's kind of how this is going to roll. Look at that, the Everglades. Right there's the Everglades. You can see it just approaching the wing in the bottom of the left-hand side. That's all Everglades. Riddle's going good. My foot started acting up again for some reason. Yeah, well, that's because you just injured it, so it's going to take a while to heal, right? Yeah, that's how injuries are. It's like you're never going to be a little bit of a wing flex there. That's cool. It's going to increase the range. The system where the Mad Dogs is the happiest is when it's fast. I've got that sun coming right in, so what we'll do is we'll pull our shade up here a little bit, help shade that sun. There we go, got a little cool feature of the MD-80. This is the MD-88. We bought an MD-83 as well, so that's cool. Yeah, and I figure the next class will be summer. They'll be in the summertime, and when we get those rest of the folks trained up. All right, let's take a look where we are. I'll show you. We're still on the. Obviously, we're on the climb. Did I shut my charts down? You dork! I didn't want to do that. I wanted to minimize it. All right. So we're on the another cool feature of this. We could just do this, and we could see an overlay here. So really nice laser chart over the top, which is sweet. Speed, accelerate 250. We are past there, my friend. And then we're going to go cruising on up. Let's go ahead and close this. And we've got Lake Okeechobee here, so we're going to be flying past Lake Okeechobee. And then we'll get ready to tune Jacksonville over Smells. And then we'll be kind of a beam Tampa when we get there. So that's it. That's all she wrote. I'll go ahead and minimize that now. There we go. Let's get Cliff woken up. We're going to do a transition. Transition.
Set.
The funny thing is, this is, you know, Sean, I don't know if Sean presented a menu. He might have. He might not have. Let me see. So, no, the menu for us is just kind of off of limits. We can't have those kind of drinks. This is actually seltzer water, to tell you the truth. That's what this is. It's nothing going on there. I can guarantee you that. Not when I'm flying. I wouldn't do that anyway. So I haven't had a drink in years and years and years, man. Been a long time. Let's see. We've got $120,000. I'm looking, folks. Hang on. Cool. What's today? Okay, today's 4. Okay, good. Anyway, we've got that going. We'll just check our burn. Did anybody get a timeout? I didn't get a timeout. I forgot. And I'll go ahead and stop my clock right now. There we go. It's been about 20 minutes since we pushed. Let's go outside. Good stuff. I love this airplane. I do. We just signed a contract, MLS contract. So we're going to be flying the Major League Soccer teams around for the summertime. So we've got 2 MD-80s. We've got an MD-88, and we just purchased an MD-83. And that MD-83 is going to be used for that longer haul stuff that we need on these charter flights. Sometimes we'll need longer range that the MD-80 can't bring us. The MD-83 can. The MD-83 is basically got an 2 auxiliary tanks right here in the forward section, the aft section, and about another 540 gallons each. So it extends our range to a good 2,600, especially with that light as we would be for a team. There's only 60 people on this aircraft right now. Good stuff. Okay, kids down here are crazy. Kids drinking till 4 a.m. and flying at 9. Yeah, that's not smart. That's not really a smart thing to do. That's college. I'd be lying if I said I didn't. So when I was at Riddle, I did all sorts of stupid stuff, but I didn't do that. My bottle of the throttle was 8 hours for sure, or more. So I never messed when I had a flight scheduled the next day. I really didn't do anything. I think pretty much my partying days were over when I hit Riddle. It was gone. Okay, let me extend this to 30 now. I wish Cliff did that. Cliff doesn't do that. I wish he did. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get a frequency at Jacksonville, 135.925. I'm going to dial that in. 135, just put it on standby here. 135.925. 135.925. So there was an update from PMDG. Had an update yesterday. If anybody saw that, I updated my airplane yesterday, and I can't really tell. I don't know what the changes were. I didn't read the change logs at all, so I can't really speak intelligently about it. But I do want to talk about the hockey situation we got going on. There's some really interesting things happening in the world of hockey. So let's start talking about that, because that's going to affect us. Let's take a look at the Florida Panthers schedule for the rest of the season, and I'm going to show you right now the standings first and how this looks. So the hockey standings, and these are very important for us to show, because it's going to really determine if we fly this MD-80 anymore on these charters or not. So we are looking right here as of today that the Panthers are in the playoffs by 1 point. So take a look at this. They're neck and neck with the Islanders. Now they're in different. There's 2 wild cards, okay? So you have 2 wild cards, one from each conference, right? So you have one from each division. So you have Atlantic Division wild card, and you'll have a Metropolitan Division wild card. In each one, you have 2 of them. So right now, you look at the points where we are standing. The Panthers are sitting at 89 points. Well, the Islanders are sitting at 89 points. So those 2 teams are in the wild card as of right now. These 3 teams have clinched. So you got the Bruins, Maple Leafs, and Lightning clinched. Bruins are going to be playing the Islanders. That's how that's going to match up. That's going to be a great series. I'm looking forward to watching that. The Bruins are a force to be reckoned with, but I think the Islanders have the defense. They could hopefully stop the scoring, maybe. We'll see. So that's going to match that up. And then you've got the Rangers are going to be playing the Devils. That's kind of how that looks. If it's just going to be that way, the Rangers and Devils are going to be matching up for each other. The Hurricanes are going to be playing right now, the Panthers. So that's how this is going to match up. So you have the Mapes, the Leafs and Lightning are going to be playing each other. The Bruins are going to be playing the wild card, which is going to be the Isles. The Hurricanes are going to be playing the Panthers. So that's how that looks, folks. It's as of right now, but you can see what's right behind the Panthers, right? So 89 points here. The Penguins have 88 points. We're talking one game away. That's the thing about this. When is the Panther game? The Panther game, I think they flew. It's going to be tomorrow because they flew up today. They like to get them a day early, or it's going to be on Saturday or Sunday. It's a Sunday game, maybe. Let me look. Let me see what their schedule is. Florida Panthers schedule. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what we got. Okay, they're playing Washington tomorrow at 5. Okay, so they're playing Washington tomorrow at 5. Now, Washington's out of the playoffs, but Washington could spoil that and beat them. And if Washington beats them and the Penguins win their next game, and who the Penguins, that's what I want to know, is who the Penguins are going to play. Let's take a look at the Pittsburgh schedule and see who they're playing. So they're playing Detroit. So both of these teams are out of the playoffs. That would be a good game. So that's going to be a good matchup. So the Penguins are going to struggle to win this thing. They're going to try to win as much as they can. Because if the Penguins win and the Panthers lose, the Penguins are now in the playoffs. So the Penguins will jump, will like leapfrog. The Penguins got the Blackhawks to go, right? They got Blackhawks, and they got the Blue Jackets. The Blue Jackets are in last. They're like last place in the NHL. That doesn't mean that the Penguins have to play for their life depends on it, because it does. So the Hawks are out of the playoffs. I thought the Hawks are out of the playoffs. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I didn't look at that. Anyway, so that's what's going to have to happen. All right, the Penguins are going to have to win both of these games, right? Literally, this is the last game for the Florida Panthers. This game tomorrow, I think, is it? No. Their last away game. And then they've got Monday, April 10th, they play the Maple Leafs. Folks, the Maple Leafs is a tough team. All right, that's a playoff team. That's going to be another good game. And same with the Hurricanes. You're talking about another playoff team. So now, if the Maple Leafs and the Hurricanes don't play, they don't show up because they don't want to get anybody hurt, which I understand. Pittsburgh's going to take. The Panthers are going to take this. My bet would be that Pittsburgh might get it, because Pittsburgh has a lighter schedule than the Panthers. Panthers have a tough schedule. Washington's not that tough, but the Maple Leafs and the Hurricanes are. So it just really depends. If those two teams show up, they're going to boot them out, and then it's going to be the Pittsburgh Penguins going to be playing. Who are they going to be playing? Who's that first place team? You have. What did I say? Pittsburgh was playing the Hurricanes. So that's a really good thing. Like, if you think, if you were the Hurricanes and you played Pittsburgh, played the Panthers, your last game is going to be the Panthers. So you're like, oh, should we show up and play hard and see if we could beat these folks? That's what I would do. I'd say, I want you to play playoff hockey right now, because you might be playing them. That's a precursor. Boy, you couldn't set that up any better than that. So that's a precursor to, jeez. And the Islanders. Look at the Islanders. They're not completely out of the woods either. They've got two teams breathing down their neck, but they have a game in hand. Games played. They've got 79 games. they've got 79 games, and they've got 79. They're all even. I mean, the Islanders are 89. So let's look at the Isles now. Let's take a look at the Islanders and see who they got. Because I'll tell you right now, they're playing for like their life depends on it, because it does. Because if they lose 2, they're out. Okay, so they're playing Philly, which is they're out. Then on Monday, it doesn't mean they have to show up and play every game. So the Islanders have to win every game. So does, like, all 3 teams have to win every game to be in it. If one team loses, that's the end of it. I mean, pretty much, and the other teams win, you could consider yourself out of the playoffs. So this is what's really cool about it. There's neck and neck race between 3 teams. We're talking about a point in hand. That's nothing, right? That's a game. Philadelphia is going to be a good one at the Islanders. That's tomorrow. I'm going to watch that one for sure. Then the Isles have the Caps, and the Caps are going to show up and play because they're in that division together, and the Canadians. So it's going to be fun. It's really going to be fun to see this. To see this kind of how this plays out for the next. We won't know if we're in the playoffs at least until next week. Then we can really kind of sit down and take a look. But as of right now, we are. So we're in the playoffs. Well, the Florida Panthers are. As of today. Okay? But that might change. It depends. All right. What's it say here? Yeah, it's going to take a while. Unfortunately, it sucks because I'm itching again. Yeah, I get it. When I press down on the rudder pedal, feels like mail is going through my foot. Yeah, you got to wait a little bit longer, apparently. Jason, packing the silver bullet. I've got that. Okay. I got you there. Pittsburgh is playing the Red Wings tomorrow. Yep. Let's go Washington and Pittsburgh. Yeah, right. Isles are playing the Flyers tomorrow. Okay, good. Might come down to last game. It might. It's going to be insane. Like, you couldn't write a script this good. Like, this is really good. We're going to the last. We're almost there. We're at the Thorough or Gnarl. Let me see. We're going to get into their airspace shortly. Let's go to legs here. Gnarl smells. All right, we're at level. We're pretty level here. Just checking in the flight. Looks pretty good. Nice and smooth up at altitude. There's our turn inbound. We're going to start turning to the Tampa here. Well, close to it. We're going to be on that line still. We're still a little ways off. When we get to Smells, we'll be in Jacksonville Center's airspace. So we'll start listening to them shortly. But it's going to be wild. I mean, the way it's matched up right now, it's pretty insane the way this is going to work. It looks like it. Do I think the MD-80 is complicated? Depends on your definition of complicated. It's not complicated. It's hands-on. It's a lot more hands-on flying than a highly automated aircraft is. This is not that automated. This is kind of a hybrid. The MD-88 here is a hybrid cockpit. So it's like a 737-300 almost. So a lot of hands-on flying, a lot of manual stuff. You can't really rely on the vertical navigation on this airplane. At least in this flight model, you can't. It's no bueno. So you got to stay on top of it. You got to look at it, make sure that you're hitting your altitude. You just got to stay on top of the autopilot. That's what it is. It's just, I wouldn't say it's complicated. It's just a lot more in depth in terms of you got to, like, it's not like an Airbus or a 737, next gen, where you could just kind of relax, let the autopilot do its thing, and you can do that here. But I'm saying in the descent, it'll get you'll get in trouble if you just leave it and don't intervene with the autopilot at all. You'll have a problem with this model. So that's what I mean. You can't really sit back and let the VNAV take over, because you're going to get in trouble. If that makes sense. So I wouldn't say it's complicated, but it's a lot more hands-on, which is fun, right? So that's fun sometimes to stay engaged and kind of what you're doing. Ah, man. All right, so we've got a couple good hockey games coming up, folks. In the next 3 or 4 days are going to really spell out who's going to make it the wild card. So, you know, it's anybody's win, is what I'm saying. It's anybody's game. Islanders could be in. There's room for 2 teams, and there's 3 teams trying to get it. So, you know, Pittsburgh can jockey in there and take it from. And the Islanders bomb out. The Islanders are out. You know, so it's just it could be. It's anybody's. That's what I'm saying. It's anybody's game. You have to win, though. These are must-wins. All these games for these 3 teams are must-wins. If you don't win one game, you're up a creek. You're out. I mean, it's that, and the next team wins, you're done. Your fate is in their hands, and that's where it comes down to. So it's pretty cool. Did I see the Masters today? No, I didn't. I saw that they were playing. I just didn't have time to watch it. So, but I did see that. Yeah, the Masters are going, which is fun. I do want to tune in and watch that tomorrow. I just don't have any time. Maybe we have time tomorrow because none of us are going to be going anywhere really. So maybe we can watch the Masters. Why is we got top of climb all the time here? We're not topping out at top of climb, so I want to make sure that our cruise altitude was hit. What we should be cruising at 340. Ah, look at that! Come on now, try that airplane. Let's go 340. Come on. Okay, we're going to VNAV climb. That's my own fault for doing that. There we go. It's going to bring up the throttles, and we'll start the climb, and we'll get there. There's a storm that came in. The fans were still there. 2 big pine trees fell down. Holy cow. No one was hurt. Yeah, you know how much one of those pine trees cost? I think my buddy said like it's like $1 bazillion, like 15 grand for a pine tree or some crap like that at Augusta. There we go. Let's get up to altitude before we make the change. That wouldn't be good. There we go. All right, I'm going to switch over to the frequency. He's probably going to want to know where we are, what we're doing. Let's see how busy
Bravo
he is.
Hotel Alpha Lima to runway 8, November 19 Delta.
JetBlue 1652, the wind's 1407 and wait
Howard.
for land.
Runway 8, clear land 1652.
American 2116 off of 18 right on Yankee, holding short 18 left.
American 2116, do you have a gate assignment?
That's a negative, sir. We'll take whatever you got.
American 2116, cross runway 18 left, taxi the ramp via Bravo 6. Have a good night.
Ramp Bravo 6, have a good night. Happy Easter. Thank you, sir.
Same.
Taxi Center, Delta 1680,
Delta 1680, Jacksonville Center, roger. And there was somebody else checking in. Who was that?
American 124,
American 124, Jacksonville Center, hello. Descend via the Amy Lou 3 arrival, runway 33, Charleston altimeter 3024.
So the Amy Lou 3, 333024, American 124.
Who else was checking in?
Sun Country 3024.
Sun Country 3024, Jack Center, squawk 1066.
1066, 3024.
Was there somebody else?
Jack Center, November 420, Golf, checking in 8 knots.
That sounded like John. John, that sounds like you. Are you flying in Jackson right now?
There 420, Golf, Jack Center, squawk 1042.
1042.
Jack Center, Riptide, 5800, flight level 340, just past Smells.
Riptide 5800, Jack Center, squawk 1016.
1016, Riptide 5800.
Central aircraft, Charleston Aegis Foxtrot, turn, Charleston altimeter 3024.
1016. So. That's all she wrote. So what I'm going to do, you can see how the sun is.
Jacksonville Center, American 6. We're going to step away for about 5 minutes here.
We can swing
American
it here.
6, you're still doing holds over the Charleston VOR. Are you going to turn back toward Orlando?
Negative. We are on course, sir. Do you want to side down for you?
Well, I see what you're doing. You've been spinning around the Charleston VOR. This is probably your third pass or so. So you're heading northbound right now. So are you turning back toward the south?
Negative, sir. I believe that is my disconnected pilot. I can go ahead and refile for you as a non-observer.
All right, I just dropped your track, and I mean you're not disappearing, so I don't know. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what's going on, honestly. Pilot Club 2435 to center maintain level 330.
All right, 330, 2435.
What does the squawk mean? That's a good question.
2136, flight level 370.
When you squawk, so there's a transponder, and the transponder is down here. What this thing does right here, it sends a ping or a signal, a radio signal, to the air traffic control center. It bounces, it goes from the satellite, and then it bounces back down. So that's what a squawk is. It's like every aircraft has an individual code, and that's how air traffic control can see you on their screen. And every aircraft has a unique code, so they can see exactly what the airplane is doing.
Sun Country 3024, radar contact about 10 miles southeast.
And that's what he's saying. He just got you on radar now. So when he says radar contact, that means we're on his scope.
Radar contact 30 northeast of St. Petersburg VOR, maintain level 340.
Charlie Romeo Echo VOR.
Riptide 58, radar contact 30 miles northeast of the St. Petersburg VOR, maintain level 340.
340, Riptide 5800. So that's that's kind of what happens, right? So it's a unique code that sends and emits a signal to air traffic control. Air traffic control will see your code, and they'll tell you, oh, radar contact, which means in the IFR environment, which we are, which is instrument flight rules, which means we're not flying this airplane looking out the window. We could go through any types of clouds or anything like that.
Oh,
we're
actually,
not reliant
on there's Air Golf
looking out the window to fly. So,
out of there. So
with that,
expect the
IFR, when we're flying instrument flight rules, when there's air traffic control, they are responsible to keep us separated from traffic. So that's their responsibility.
Just expect vectors for the visual approach runway.
So when you're
executive, just maintain,
you don't have to
and follow your present heading.
And that's a cool thing about flying. Like you can completely fly visual in VFR conditions, and you don't even have to file a flight plan for crying out loud. You can just blast off. But you can't enter certain airspace, so you got to be careful, right? If you did that, you would have to get approved.
Just need to give you an even altitude.
You'd have to get radar approval clearance to penetrate airspace. So depends on what you wanted to do, right? If you wanted to fly to a couple podunk airports, uncontrolled airspace, you don't even have to talk to ATC. You can just fly it. With our flight, we're obviously a Part 121 kind of operation, airline operation. We're flying high. We're going through airspace. We're going through clouds and weather. We're going to need separation, right? We're going to need radar separation to help us, and that's what air traffic control does.
Call me back in a minute. Okay, the American aircraft.
Yeah, it's an ID code. And that's what.
I still see a spinning at Charleston. I released
you see when he says squawk
at Charleston, so I don't know what.
When he says squawk this, that just means you're throwing a code.
Disconnect or reconnect is another type of
aircraft.
You're not going to Orlando. You're spinning over Charleston. This is like the 5th time.
American 6, we are a dual flight. I believe that.
Okay, sir. Well, I can't help you. I mean, you're spinning over Charleston, so you're not doing what you should be doing. So just disconnect and figure it out, or you can just spin over Charleston. Whatever you want to do, it doesn't matter to me. But that's what I see.
They got to disconnect. He's got to disconnect.
I mean, you can disconnect and try to reconnect and get it sorted out with your dual pilot, or you can spin over Charleston, and that's it. I mean, there's nothing else I can offer you from my side. Spray winds 3926, descend via the get out 1 arrival, land altimeter 3011.
We'll descend via the get out 1 and 3011 for 3926.
Pilot Club 2435, Atlanta Center's offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved.
Anyway, Sonny, how are you? Sonny AA says hello. What's going on?
Thanks for service 2435.
November 0 South, left turn heading 160.
Ready for departure. 160.
He's busy.
19 Lima Delta, fly runway heading, runway 8, clear for takeoff.
See, and that's another thing with VATSIM, right? Normal radio,
7 heavy. Can you see us now?
you would have a center controller
American 7. That's American with the number 7 or 07 or 0.
So I'll give you an idea. So this green dashed line is all of Miami's airspace. So we're in Jacksonville airspace, right? So we're over here now in this triangle here. This is Jacksonville airspace. All this dashed line
American 124, like the RNAV Zulu 33 from Snap, if you can do it.
American 124, expect that.
Thanks.
American 7, your radar contact without a flight plan. If you just refile the flight plan, your radar contact about 25 miles northeast of Brunswick,
you see this dashed line here that I'm following? This is all of Jacksonville's airspace. And this is just the center controllers. All of this.
Affirmative.
All the center controllers. That's a big area, isn't it? All the way up to Washington, right? It's a big area for him to control. Now, normally, what he would do is he would end up controlling
left base, runway 18
just the higher altitude aircraft, right? So anything, I think it's up to like
Golf. You have executive inside at your 10 o'clock and about
19,000 and up is all his airspace in Washington Center,
visual approach, runway 7.
When you pass like 19,000, it goes to approach control, which is a whole different controller. And by the way, each controller has a sector.
American 7
so
clear to the Orlando International Airport.
You would have like, if we drew this, that would be sector 1, let's say.
You don't have the get out
this one might be sector 2. This area might be sector 3, sector 4. And then each sector has a controller. And they break up. So each sector, they might say, hey, contact Jacksonville Center on 121, whatever. And you would have to switch over. And then you fly a little bit more, and then you have to switch over again. That's a sector.
Landing south.
So
they're stepping on you, you're stepping on me, descend via the Seinfeld.
The reason why he's so busy is because there's no other controllers helping him.
Descend via the Seinfeld 1, landing south.
That's the problem.
American 7.
And then from approach control, when you get really low in the terminal area of the airport, when you get like the maneuver to land, then it's tower. And tower clears you to land and take off, and then there's ground control, which tells you to taxi. So you have taxi controllers, you have tower control, which takes you landing and takeoff. You have approach or departure controllers. Then you keep climbing high into the center area. ARTCC, that's the Center Air Route Traffic Center.
Actually, he's descending now.
So we have Jacksonville Center, we'll have Atlanta Center, we'll fly through, and then we'll have the last one, which is Washington Center. So we're going to have 3 centers.
Orlando winds 100 at 10.
Anyway, hopefully that helps a little bit breakdown on what it looks like with air traffic control and how it all works with at different altitudes and sectors.
All right, guys, just give me a second.
He has the Bermuda Triangle. Yes, he
does. Before anybody calls me back, just give me 1 second here, guys.
And that's why he's pretty busy. He's got, it's only him. So he normally wouldn't be this busy. You'd have multiple controllers in different sectors controlling their traffic. Center control, you're just keeping them separated, right? You're keeping the targets or our individual airplanes separated from spacing. So you want to make spacing, and at this time you could either turn them, you could slow them down, or speed them up.
Yep, United 516 going down.
516, Roger. Just to maintain 1000. Myrtle Beach altimeter is 3030, and expect. I'll get back to you, man. Just give me a second.
Yep. No
Bermuda
problem.
Triangle. Let's see. Does he have
1661,
Bermuda?
contact Washington Center 133.72.
I don't think so. I think Bermuda's way out there, isn't it? Bermuda is
at 133.75. Rouge 166.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
Delta
he was spinning in circles. He was probably in a hole.
133.72.
Washington's
Washington Center
online.
133.72. That's right.
5 Club 359, it's going to be a full stop in Orlando.
Affirm.
5 Club 359, running the winds 100 to
Fight
10,
Club or
runway 18
Pilot
right,
Club?
clear to land.
Looks like he sounds like he said Fight Club.
Clear to land 18 right, Pilot Club 359.
What's that target?
Southwest 3093, cross Jerdy at maintain, flow level 210, 280 knots.
Cross 30 at 210, 280 knots, Southwest 3093.
Who else is calling for top of descent?
Any chance we can
I'll
get
show you
that
another.
Who else is calling for top of descent?
November 19 Lima Delta.
All right, let me try to find you, man. I'm just a little bit stretched out here.
Okay, this is New York Center. This is Oceanic.
East of Jacksonville right now.
So this is Bermuda, and New York Center carries that. This is Oceanic Center.
Larry, Columbia maintain level 210.
So New York handles this as well as this.
210 and left direct.
New York handles a lot. This is a different frequency though. So this is
Somebody else
Oceanic.
for top of descent. Who is that?
And then you have Jacksonville, which is his airspace is all lit up.
You
can see the weather that we're avoiding.
17 left off the star. I can give you the visual.
Right, we might
get
get in some crap up here, so we'll figure it out.
You can do the ILS on
And then we're in DC, Washington Center. So Atlanta Center's not online.
Pop, expect that.
So he'll hand us off when we get through Tallahassee.
American 124 cross.
He'll dump us off, and then we'll have some quiet.
3000, cleared Arnaz, Zulu runway 33 approach.
Till we get up to
3000 cleared on Arnaz Zulu 33 approach.
And there was somebody else trying to check in at altitude that I hadn't got to. Who is that?
Check out my landing on Atlanta. Just landed at Kona. Cool.
431.
531.
Kona, that's in Hawaii.
Ditch at 531, squawk 1021. American 2047, you checked in, correct?
Affirm 2047.
There you are.
Roger.
Well, that's a long flight.
Let me check the closure
Van
time of the tower
Nuys.
over there. It's getting close. Stand by.
There you go. Yeah, Van Nuys over to
American United 516. Expect the ILS runway 36 approach at Myrtle Beach.
Expect the ILS for 36 for United 516.
Cool.
Spring range 475, cross Banya at 7,000. At Banya cleared cleared ILS runway 17 left approach.
Cross Banya at 7,000, cleared ILS 17 left.
A couple of screens here.
Air 4 Tango Pop, advise when you have information. Pop at Orlando, expect 18 right, visual.
Triple
444 Tango Pop, advise when you have information. Pop at Orlando, expect a visual approach on way 18 right.
Butter.
Or 444 Tango Pop, advise when you have information. Pop at Orlando, expect a visual approach on way 18 right.
Landing southbound.
I had a autopilot set ILS runway 17 left. Is that approved?
Well, that's going to be about a 3.5 or 4 mile taxi to get over to the general aviation ramp. Would you like to do that?
No way.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. That's fine. If you want to do the ILS 17 left, that's fine. Turn left heading 150, November 4 Tango Papa.
444 Tango Papa, turning left 105.
Okay, 150. Turn left heading 150. Just want to maintain 3,000. November 4 Tango Papa.
I'm just listening.
Tango Papa 150, 3,000.
4 Tango Papa is 8 miles from Phonic. Maintain 3,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 17 left approach.
Copy, localizer, left approach.
I may have to break you off. I do have a jet traffic on that same approach, so we'll see what happens. I may have to break you off the approach and put you back on it.
Go to the other terminal, man, and go to the other runway. It's easier. It's super easy.
Club 359, taxi ran via Alpha, good night.
All right, Seminole 1175. We're going to go ahead and plug that in here. This is going to be our...
Which ramp would you like to go to?
We're going to East Ramp.
1175, you can see
we
have now on our RMI
discretion, maintain
74 miles to Seminole, which is a VOR. This is a very high omnidirectional range finder, it's called. And we're tuning into hitting about the 310 maybe, radial inbound. So we're inbound that radial right now. We're about 72 miles from Seminole. And I am going to do a burn check over at Jaja. Jaja.
1010, Delta 2248.
Delta 2248, live, squawk 1070.
We'll do a burn check.
1070, Delta 2248.
Jet 531, cross Olean at maintain 13,000. Your speed is at your discretion. The tap altimeter 3008.
All right, so let's take a peek. You can see down here, I can't really tell right now, but if I go to progress, 19.7 on the fuel. So I want to write that down, 19.7. It's always a good, so we're burning about 1,000 pounds less than anticipated, which is always a good.
Keep the speed up the best you can, please. I'm probably going to have to break you off the approach, but just
keep the
radar
speed up
as best as practical.
We're painting storms on our scopes.
Speed to 1809.
There's your weather starting.
So speed is not of the essence.
No, it's not. So go to the other way.
170 knots, please.
Just take that Cessna on the other side. Just turn him on the other side. Put him on the other runway, Howard. I would vector him right to the other way. Say, nope.
Delta 1680, traffic's 12 o'clock and about 8 miles, 1,000 feet above. Right to left is an American Airbus 320.
We have the traffic inside and on the takeoff, Delta 1680.
Southwest 3093, contact Washington Center 133.72. Good day.
3372.
372, that's the next one.
133.72. Gone through the localizer, so let's just tell you what, you could just, I'll tell you what, sir, let's do this. Over 4 Tango Papa, just turn left, heading 090, maintain 3,000. I'm going to bring you in behind the jet aircraft.
Let's go to the other way.
4 Tango Papa 090.
4 Tango Papa, maintain 3,000.
Tango Papa maintaining 3,000.
This is how you
just check all your stuff, man. You went through the localizer. You didn't join up, so make sure you have the correct frequency for the localizer and all that. I don't have time to look it up for you, so you just make sure you have it correct and make sure you know how to, if you're using your autopilot, how to join onto the localizer.
444 Tango Papa, you are correct. As said, I'm a newbie. I forgot to check my localizer, and that's why I missed it. So we'll do
man. No big deal. We're just going to bring you in behind the faster guy. Spraywinds 475, resume normal speed.
I'm listening, obviously. I want to listen to what's going on here. You've got a new hire, you've got a new pilot, and that's good, folks.
Services for Jack Center?
You've got, this you've got to learn somehow, right? So I always, a lot of people are,
ILS 17 left off the star or the visual one.
They get
right,
a little
intimidated
by this,
information pop it or Orlando.
Which I understand. I was that way as well.
Left would be perfect.
You can get intimidated, but the best thing you do is actually power through it and
do
what he was doing. I'm listening, and this gives him experience.
4 Tango Papa heading left 360.
Yep. Good. I would have, if he was flying a 172, so little airplane, he's flying into a big airport, which is fine. He probably would have been better off into like Orlando Executive, something smaller where you're not going to get in the way of...
That's fine. Pilot's discretion, maintain level 240, Sun Country 3024.
You're not going to get in the way of a bigger aircraft that's going much faster. If I was Howard, I would have ducked him off and was like, nope, I'm putting you on the furthest runway away from everyone. You're going to be on the general aviation side. So I mean, because you don't want to screw up the sequence because he's got a couple of jet aircraft coming in pretty hot.
Digit 531, just to maintain level 360.
And you're talking about, yeah, he was from New York City.
516, turn left, heading 170, vectors to final.
Left, heading 170.
That other guy flying that VFR aircraft is definitely from New York.
444 Tango Papa has visual on traffic.
4 Tango Papa, roger. Somebody said something about Charleston. Who is that?
American 124, like our clearance to land.
American 124, roger. The wind's 202, 0 to 13, runway 33, clear to land.
Cool. Clear land 33 from American 124, thanks.
4 Tango Papa, turn left, heading 310.
Papa Tango heading left, 310.
Delta 2248, radar contacts 20 south of the Ocala VOR. Descend via the Tebow 1 arrival, runway 8 transition, Jacksonville altimeter 3010.
Delta 2248, descend via the Tebow 1 arrival at Delta 2248.
There we go. That's better. All right, now we sit back, relax. We've just started our turn. Going to Seminole. We got about 37 miles. It looks like we've got 33 miles until we hit that VOR.
Yeah, 270 over 4 Tango Papa.
And then once we get over there, we're going to start that turn toward the northeast. So that's kind of what we're going to do. We'll be taking a... Right now, we're kind of taking a headwind.
Houston's offline, radar services terminated, frequency change approved.
But when we make our turn, we'll be getting a quartering,
Thanks,
crosswind. It's not going to really help us any. It's not going to be a tailwind. But it's not going to hurt us either, so. That's good. Oh, man. All right, let's take a look at... I wonder why that bar is not showing my...
4 Tango Papa, turn left, heading 210, intercept the localizer.
Let me help you out here, folks.
Turning left 210, intercept localizer.
Okay, let's see if it works.
4 Tango Papa, caution wait turbulence, you're 6 miles in trail of a Airbus 321.
Yeah. That's why I would have put you on another runway.
4 Tango Papa is 3 miles from Phonic, maintain 3000 until established on the localizer. Clear ILS runway 17 left approach.
I had to look on my my little. You can't see when I'm going to arrive or anything.
Negative. I don't have the localizer tuned in, so I'm just going to visual.
Okay, sir. Well, we went through this already about 5 times. You were asking for the ILS 17 left, so we went through all that. So now you want the visual approach?
Affirmative. And I forgot to tune in my localizer, so it was my rookie newbie mistake, and I apologize.
That's all right. You're still.
It's no problem, sir. So all right, sir. So let's do this. Let's put you on the other. Let's put you on the side of the airport where you don't have to taxi 3 miles, sir. Do you have the airport in sight?
Bingo. I would have done that number one. I said, denied, you're going to take the other runway, take a visual.
18 right. That's the runway furthest to your right side. Furthest to your right.
Right by the general aviation.
I have a visual. Furthest from my right.
Okay, 4 Tango Papa, cleared visual approach, runway 18 right.
There you go.
444 Tango Papa, clear for visual approach, runway right.
Spirit Wings 3926, you have information, Papa at Orlando?
I do have Papa.
Wings 3926, roger, cross Banya at 7000 at Banya, cleared ILS runway 17 left approach.
Banya. Only a true Seinfeld
Banya
fan will know who Banya is.
And then cleared ILS approach for
17
left, 3926.
Spirit Wings 475, the wind's 100 at 10, runway 17 left, clear to land.
Clear land 17 left, Spirit Wings 475.
I'm going to get up to the lab after we get out of his airspace. I don't see a man right now.
We can accept ILS 7.
We'll wait till we get dumped off. We'll go hit the restroom.
American 7, expect the ILS runway 17 left approach. Advise when you have information. Pop at Orlando.
Okay, we're going to start our turn.
United
I expect some weather coming up here.
4000.
And then we'll tune to the Pecan
American
Albany
1042,
VOR,
New York
which is
radio
going
is
to be
offline, leaving my
161.
airspace. Radar services terminated. Frequency change approved. Squawk 2000. Have a good flight.
Over to Unicom, American 1042, good night.
American 124, turn right on Echo, Alpha, cross runway
What's up, John?
3.
The Panthers
hold
are on
short runway
approach for the
33.
playoffs.
Echo Alpha Cross, 3 on
We just
3.
had a big conversation about this, John. There's 3 teams that potentially could knock each other
Number
out.
4 Tango Papa, the wind's
The
100 runway 18 right,
Panthers,
clear to land.
and Pittsburgh. One of those 3 teams, if they
Tango
lose,
Papa, runway
it's game over, right?
the
So
furthest
they have to
right,
win. There's 3 games to
clear to
play.
land.
Panthers are playing tomorrow. The Panthers have okay schedule, but they have their last 2 games. They're playing Toronto and they're playing the Hurricanes. Islanders have, an okay as well, not too much. I think the Islanders are playing Montreal and I forgot who the other team. Philly. Okay, and then Pittsburgh is playing
American 124, we're just going to disconnect to Charleston, but thanks.
Columbus, I think.
All right, we'll see how we're going.
Columbus and somebody else.
Air 19 Lima Delta, Atlanta Center's offline. Radar services
anyway.
terminated. Frequency change approved. Have a good night.
It's going to be wild, man. So we're looking at potentially finding out if we're going to the playoffs here in the next 3 days or 3 games. We'll know. It's going to be right up to the edge. It's awesome. It's literally up to the edge.
475, right on
cool.
November. Foxtrot holds short 17 right.
I love it. All right, folks, we're turning that northbound track right now. We're kind of going northeast toward that weather we were talking about. That's stationed up in nice sharp. Looks like a squall line. Probably a cold front. I'll show you here in a little bit on what we got and why
Delta
the weather's so
2248
severe
advised we have information.
And that's why we're going a real long way around, kind of a little banana hook flying here. It's because of that
information, Julia, and
squall line.
visual, runway 8.
And I'll show you right now. Here's your squall. So you got your frontal system right here, this cold front, and literally there's a huge line of storms, and I'll show you on radar on what it looks like right there. It just kind of bands. There's one here, there's one there, and we're flying this kind of route. We're coming up all the way around through Atlanta, and then we're kind of hooking in. So
we're headed to airport 1,
kind of where we're going, and I'll show you why it's such a nightmare here. John, are you flying any MLS flights this weekend that I need to know? Because I don't know if I booked it for you yet. So let me know if you're doing any flights, and then I'll book you. That's kind of where we're getting. I'll show you right now on. That's kind of what we're trying to get away from this right here. So we're kind of flying like this.
150 to maintain 1,600.
This 45,000, right through Atlanta. There's a massive storms. We're not going to be able to climb over that. We're at 36,000 feet right now. So we're going to have to deviate around it. Once we're basically above Atlanta, we're going to be good to go. 25,000 feet, these cells. And then we're going to keep just kind of punch through and land over here in Dallas.
The Sarasota altimeter 3006.
So that's what's going on right now. That's why we took this pattern of up, around, kind of button hook around here, and then we didn't want to come this way. So it's just kind of a long way around.
Center United,
that's kind of the way it goes.
You want me down to 3,000?
How much did the charter
3,000
make last year? We made a lot of money for us last year. It really did. With the hockey season, we probably made, I can look it up. I have the numbers already. Financials just came out today. So, looking over the financials, we made great money because of the charter contract that we signed. We signed an MLS contract.
43, they don't want you up
they
there.
Gave
Radar
us,
services terminated. Frequency change
they gave us a few more million to sign with them. But we provide essentially an airplane anytime they want it. So that's kind of the contract stipulation was. Normally the airplane would be
has information
gone.
for Jacksonville.
But but their airplane, they're at their disposal. It's their private jet essentially for the entire season if they want it. So we signed that contract. That's going to help us. That helped us get over this last month, because this last month ticket prices were low, fuel pricing was high, and our cost just went up astronomically because of airport issues. We had some, we're opening Caribbean flights, so you're going to take on more cost. So I would assume if people start flying, if we get some good line flights,
17 right, taxi ramp via Foxtrot Charlie. Have a good night.
This month. So April's going to look like a good month if we have people flying the line. And that'll be really good for us. Will the Dolphins be joining Coastal soon? Yeah, when we get a bigger airplane. We're talking like a 7.5. I don't even think could do it. I know a 7.6 would, but I don't know if that's in the cards right now. We've got 3 7.5s coming when they get here. One of them is going to be, I think, allocated to the charter operation. We'll see. See how it goes. All right, what are we looking at? When we get to Pecan here, we've got about 28 miles to go. 28 miles to Pecan, and then VOR. Then we're going to go Thrasher right over the top of Atlanta.
On the runway.
Wait a minute, what?
Air 4 Tango Papa, turn right and taxi to the ramp via Alpha. Have a good night.
Got a master caution. It's probably the fuel.
Thanks
Looks
for
like
your
we
help.
got center fuel pressure.
Wonderful evening.
Same to you. We'll see you. 516, turn left heading 030, intercept runway 36 localizer.
All right, we got Thrasher 116.9er, so I'm going to tune that in. This is the Atlanta VOR that we're tuning right now. 1169. Again, sends a radio signal out.
Maintain 1,600 till established on the localizer.
We got 141 miles from Atlanta.
Maintain 1,600. Clear.
Sean, there needs to be a good wide body release for MS. Yeah, exactly.
26, the wind's 100 at 10 and way 17 left.
There's got to be a good airplane to do it, and it's got to make fiscal sense to do it. So
Legion 2136, Mommy didn't want to play. Radar service was terminated. Frequency change approved. We'll see you.
Actually, ATC, good job. Legion 2136, yeah.
Thanks a lot. We'll see you. Delta 1680, Miami's offline. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change approved.
He might be dumping us off. Okay, there's a car.
See you later, Riptide 5800. Same for you. Atlanta's gone. Radar service is terminated. Frequency change approved.
All right, Howard. See you in a couple of days.
All right, man. We'll see you.
All right, so we're out of here. 122. A little.
Yeah, it's 516. The wind.
We're gonna go 122. 8. Now 122.8, there you go. And then we're off his frequency now. We're in Atlanta Center, but Atlanta's offline. Whether it's a 7.6 or a 777. Yeah, I don't think we're flying a 777 anytime soon, my friend. That's a wide body. That's way too wide. I don't see us buying one of those anytime soon. We have no money to spend. Are you kidding me? How's that? I spent it all. Our money's gonzo. All of our money's going to financing right now. And loan payments. That's where it's going. All right, I'm going to hit the lab and stretch my legs. I think you should do the same. We've got... we're going to be about 127 miles away from Atlanta. In Atlanta Center here now. Nice and peace and quiet, and then it's going to get busy again as we push up north through into Washington. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and stretch my legs. I'll give you a good view. What do you want? Do you want a wing view? Is that what you folks want to do? Tell me what kind of view you want. Left wing, right wing. Maybe you can see some cool stuff. I don't know. Or we can go outside. Well, they aren't available anyways. That's exactly right. That's right, Sean. There is no 777. Yeah. We have to have money, first of all. And an airplane to fly. That's like a prerequisite to anything. Like every airport we fly on the line, except for one, has scenery. Every single one of them. So we're opening 21 Caribbean destinations in the next. I'm going to actually open it very soon. We're going to open that very soon. We'll be starting a campaign. So if you follow me on Instagram and you start seeing Caribbean airports getting advertised, know that it's going to release shortly. The route map's going to open, and once you see a route map, boom, we're going to be starting flights into the Caribbean. So I've done a ton of testing this last month, flying the 600s all over the place in the Caribbean. We really touch every single island, except for the ones you can't get a 737 in. It's too short. So those we don't go to. But pretty much we go to everyone, which is cool. All right, I'm going to stretch them. I will be right back. I'll leave you here. Let's see if I can do that.
Left traffic, mark the 20 further departure, cross runway 8 left on Charlie.
All right, folks, I'm back. Sorry about that. We had good night, Pops. Maxwell's, what's your Instagram? Did you not see it on the, is it not on the screen? Oh, I thought it was. Apparently it's not on the screen. So, anyway, sorry about that. We family's watching a show, an Adam Sandler movie called, what was it called? It's called, was it Ridiculous Six or something like that with the Western? And they were doing they're at the part where they made up the baseball game. It was hilarious. I had to watch that. It was just too funny. All right, we just passed over Atlanta. We're over, come to the foothills on 1134. I'll go ahead and check that out. Looks like we have, everybody just dropped off line, essentially. So, there you go. We are probably going to have the whole entire dang airspace for us. Is my I've got to fix, I guess my call, did you, okay, good. Thanks, Sean. I appreciate that. I normally have my tag on the Instagram on the bottom, but I don't know why it's not on there. It's just really weird. But we're heading over to kind of making our way now. You see the weather popping up a little bit. You can see kind of out of those clouds, and let's take a look. We'll probably start skimming the tops of these as these cells probably going to be sheared off, something like that. I'll give you an update on the on how far or how close we're going to be. We've got coming over the Appalachian Mountains. That's kind of where we're at. Just past Atlanta. We're about 24 miles away from Atlanta, just to the north of their airspace. And we've got, let's see here, Foothills, Toka, I think it is. And Sean, maybe you can help me out. When is the next MLS run? And are we doing it? I don't know if John booked it or not. I hope it's... What I'm saying is that you got to let me know if I need to put it on the schedule or not, because I don't think it's on the schedule. So just let me know, and I'll put it on the schedule for us, if that works. Good. It looks like you found me, Maxwell. I see you on, I think you just popped up on Instagram. So thank you, Sean, for that hookup. Good stuff. And yeah, that's it. Good stuff. I still have some of my drink left. And the only thing about this is you can't see kind of what the cell's doing. Like that's like 0.05. It's like a half a degree down, but looking out the window. All right, we don't want to penetrate that, but it doesn't tell us. It's just a 2D, so that's unfortunate. It's not going to tell us the vertical of the cloud, and we really would want that. All right, let's look at ODF. We're very close here. Let's get a burn check here at ODF. We're looking at 16,000, and our paperwork says 14.9. So we are burning better than forecasted, which is great. We've got a nice little tailwind pushing us now at 67 knots. So we're going to take all of that, right? That's all good stuff for us. Let's go outside and take a look. You can see those the tops of those cells. You can see they're starting to extend the upper level ranges here. Even though most of them are 25,000, so we're just going to keep our eye on it. We might be cloud surfing those a little bit, so we'll kind of take a peek. Pretty airplane. I do like it. Every time I fly it, I go, oh, this is nice. A cool looking bird. Nice and old. So we like old school. And Snoopy nose. I like the Snoopy nose that we did. That was pretty neat. Kind of, it's not like it doesn't look like an MD-80 unless it has a Snoopy nose and some glare shield, some war paint on it. On the nose. Okay, it would be next weekend. Great, good to know. So John's got the next weekend. I don't know if John wants to fly that. That's let me know if that's the case. All right, so I'm going to do a couple things. We're going to go ahead and just to normal, and I'm going to go ahead and set. One more thing here, and I'm going to go to fly-by-wire installer. And I'm actually going to put our injector in there. It seems like it's starting to slow down a little bit, so let's get some modeling going. And that'll be fun as we plow our way into the Washington area. Looks like our ETA is coming up here. We've got about 424 nautical miles to go. Our paperwork says right around about 57 more minutes until we arrive at our destination. So we're looking at ETA is 57 minutes, give or take a few minutes either way. And we're heading up through the Appalachian Mountains, which is going to be off to the right side of the aircraft, or excuse me, left side of the airplane. We're crossing foothills here. So we got 62 miles now away from Atlanta. Atlanta's no longer a factor for us, at least in terms of landing. If we had an emergency, we would probably just kind of push north, and I'm looking at maybe Charlotte. Charlotte's not too far. We got Spartanburg, 1157. I'm going to go ahead and change that to 1157, and that will bring us to the Spartanburg VOR, which is 88 miles away, just to the right side of the aircraft. And that's it. And then I'm also going to do a couple things. It's just you could put on airport here. That's just too much. So too long, too many waypoints are going to be too cluttered as well. I'm going to throw the data on, and you can see. And our nav aids. You can see all the nav aids up there. It's pretty nice. Nice little feature, just so you can see all that. What's up going on, Scott? Is it hard to beat the lullaby of those JT8s? Yeah, I wish I could. I wish I could get a good sound pack. Nobody has done it. I mean, there's a freeware. Well, not freeware. You have to go be a patron of theirs, right? But the problem is, like, you get in the cockpit, it's super loud, and it's not how it is in the real life. It's super quiet, actually, when you take off. So I would wish a third-party third-party developer would actually do a sound pack for this aircraft. Okay, thanks, Sean. We'll see what he says. He might not be. And then just keep me posted like that. Let me know, because I have to put in the schedule if he is, or if he wants to fly the line. That's something else. Good stuff. Do you normally use FSLT inject with VATSIM traffic? Sometimes I do. Usually when it's quiet like this, I will. When it was busy, like when we took off and we were in Jack's airspace, I didn't. So it just really depends. If there's nobody online and it's quiet, I'll turn it on just to give us some visual around the airport environment. But if they're getting pounded and ATC's online and a lot of people, I won't do it. Because that's kind of how I do it. If there's nobody online, I'll turn it on, give us some visuals to look at. But you got to be careful. You got to always assume that somebody's going to be flying. I'll tell you, this just happened. We were in San Juan. We were in San Juan, Puerto Rico. And I look at I was flying the 737. I'm doing testing for the new routes we're going to open here in the Caribbean. And I look on final, and there's a target, and I could see him out the window, but he's way away. He's about 5.5 miles, 6 miles out. So I'm like, if I expedite, I'll expedite out of here. And sure enough, I thought it was an FSLT target. So I'm like, got it. I taxi on the runway, bam, I'm gone, right? Well, guy gets on the radio. He's like, Southwest on short, 4-mile final, 5-mile final. I was like, oops. So it's always a good idea to assume all targets are live targets. So just take that from my advice. Don't do that. If you're gonna use FSLT, make sure you do radio calls. I didn't think anybody was going to be up that late at night. It was pretty late. It was pushing like 11 o'clock my time. So, but you never know. That's why you always don't want to do what I did. Just word to the wise. Looks like the sun is crossing over here now. Yeah, like we're going to be cloud surfing. Looks like it. Just a touch. Fuel burn's looking good. We'll start getting, as we get a little bit closer, about 400 miles. So about another, I'd say about another 200 miles, we'll start taking a peek. Looks like we have less than that, actually. We probably have... we've got about 200 miles when we get to PSK. It's about 195 nautical miles to go. So that's going to be the Pulaski VOR 1168, and I'll tune that VOR here shortly. Probably when we get halfway between them, I'll go ahead and tune them up. Yeah, Maxwell, do you use FSLT at all? I like it. I mean, I love it. I think it adds a little more realism to your simming. Now the problem is when you're flying on VATSIM and you got a lot of people and it's a busy airspace, it's probably not best to use it because you don't want those traffic to conflict. So I recommend not using it when it's busy, but when you're uncontrolled, you got nobody around, and it's just quiet right now, so I'll turn it on. I'd like to know what you folks like to do. Do you guys like to use FSLT or not? I think it's a pretty sweet system. Oh, here we go. We're getting in those tops of those clouds. The thunderstorms are kind of tops here, shearing off, and we're pushing through. Like I said, when we get to this area, there's going to be a lot of thunderstorms on the bottom here. They only extend about 25,000, some of them. The big nasty stuff we passed already. But that's it. There she is. Pretty cool. Look at that. That's nice. I think they've done a really good job. Remember I said it wasn't very well simulated in terms of the upper level stuff. We're going to probably have to start throwing on our seatbelt sign here. just because we're getting into these tops of the clouds, and they might give us some bumps. Right now it's nothing, just a little bit of light stuff. If it's anything, it's just light. But you never know on these cells. You could get into some, you penetrate one that's a little high. You're not painting on radar or anything like that. Yeah, you can have a surprise. So I'm going to go ahead and turn those on for everyone. Good stuff. All right, we're heading over to Sugarloaf, Asheville. Sugarloaf Mountain it's called. It's in Asheville. That looks like a cool place. Right on the foothills of the mountain, which we're flying over right now. And then we're painting a little bit on radar. But like I said, this is a 2D scope, so unfortunately it doesn't give us vertical tilt. I wish it did. So I'll give you an idea. If
Traffic.
See, there's a traffic target that just passed us 900 feet above. So if we went no factor. So if we tilt it up, see how you should see nothing now. That scope should come back and that should wipe clean. It doesn't. So this tilt function doesn't work at all. Like if I tilt it down 6.5, it should be like painting everything. And it's not. So, unfortunately the tilt doesn't work. It's just a 2D, and if you're flying over the top of it, just know you're flying over the top of it. That kind of thing. All right, we're pressing on. Let's take a look at our weather here in Dulles. Dulles right now reporting 2100 at 3, so we're going to be landing pretty much southbound, looks like. 10 statute miles, visibility, beautiful clouds there. We got beautiful visibility, broken clouds at 10,000, overcast at 16. Looks like 8 over 3, 30, 41. Well, they're landing northbound, actually. Approaching runway 1 right, runway 1 center, and runway 1 left. Departing runway 30. Aircraft shall cross and exit runway ASAP. NOTAM's taxiway Zulu between D and Foxtrot. Hazardous weather for IID area available on FSS. Spread activity in the vicinity of the airport. You have information. And Juliet. So that's what we're looking at right now in terms of weather over there. Pretty benign. Let's just take a look. We just flew into there a couple weeks ago, so I remember being tucked in on the north cargo ramp, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to take 1 Charlie, 1 center, right up the gut. That's going to be a really nice approach. That'll help decrease the time airborne. Let's take our little airplane. What we're going to do here, we're going to go to docks to Linden to Gibbs. Let's take a look at that right now while we're at it. We'll go to legs page. We've got right here the MOL is Monticello. Then we got Clegg Docks, Linden, Gibbs, Sunny, and then we're going to go down to Syob vectors southbound, and that's what we want, the vectors here. We're going to pull in from the vector of arrivals, and we're going to be taking the ILS 1 center. Now it'll be visual, but we'll just plug in the ILS for the heck of it, and I'll get that plugged into my charts, and I'll show you folks the arrival and what we're expecting. ILS 1 center. We got 1 SA. Now we can't fly the stupid RMP approach on this airplane. I won't try it. I mean, I have to test it, but this airplane would have to be retrofitted for it, and I don't think it has the software it needs, for it, to tell you the truth. CSN transition, I don't want to do that, so we're just going to keep the transition blank. We'll execute that. We'll go to the menu leg page here. And then I do want a route discontinuity. We've got Clegg, then docks. Wait, I don't want a docks there. Linden Gibbs. So we got Clegg, then docks. I do want that. Docks. I'll link that up there. I just want to make sure that Gibbs, then we go to Sunny. So, we got Clegg, then docks, and Linden. Okay, that is correct. That is correct. Then we're going to come over to Gibbs, Sunny, vectors to carry. After Syob, then vectors carry, and then we're pretty much done. Good deal. That's what we're looking at, folks. So, that's what we got. Let's go to the prog page, and you can see what we're dealing with here. About 329 nautical miles to go. Not too bad. One last thing I want to do is do the descent forecast. So we're going to go to the forecast here, and we'll look at our, I'll show you how to do it an old school way. This is the old school way. You're going to look at descent winds here. You can see we're cruising at 3/4, and we don't need that. Let's do that one, and that one. We'll just put 3 in. Don't worry about the 12,000. So 30,000 feet. So we're going to go 300. We'll enter it right over the top, and then we're going to go 250. Oh, excuse me, 240. So we'll throw that there, and then the next one's going to be 180, 18,000. It's our lower altitude. And you could go 12 if you want. It doesn't really make a difference because they're just light at that point. If you wanted to, you could go 12. So you could put 4 in if you'd like to. There you go. So 250 at 83 is the first one. Again, it's just going to help the computer calculate the proper descent and all that good stuff. 250 at 70. Put that in there, and then 260 looks like 48. And we'll drop that in there, and then the last one's going to be 280.31. Throw over the top. That's it. And so that's kind of how you do that old school, and we're looking at 3041. So 3041, 30.41. We'll throw that there. Let's see if that. Oh, nope. Okay, we're going to clear that. That doesn't want to do it. So that's the transition level. So I'm going to leave it at 18,000. Okay, done there. That's it. That's all she wrote. The airplane's ready to go for a top descent, and you can see kind of skimming through those clouds. We're at negative 22 degrees, so icing, you don't want to look for icing. It's really super thin right now, so I'm not really concerned with icing at all, but it could. If you started icing up, then you got to have something. Let's do some briefings and threat management. Yeah, that's a pain in the neck. 700 feet. We're in the green area, so we're good. We're just going to hold right now, but that aircraft is probably right over the top of us. 300, he's 200. 200 feet below us. Whoa, look at that thing. That was a UPS aircraft. Monitor vertical speed. Yep. Well, the TCAS works. That's good. I'm going to go ahead and just... that's a 10-mile range, so I'm going to go ahead and bring it up a little bit more on the range. So go to range 15 nautical miles. You can see a little bit more targets, and I think that's the only thing we're going to get here, 15 nautical mile range on TCAS 2. That's the only thing with FSLT. You got to be prepared for all that stuff. Now it's not quiet anymore. You got to have your head on a swivel with flying like this, and with FSLT, real traffic. You've got a lot of UPS aircraft flying around now. FedEx, UPS, that kind of stuff. All right, let's go into our charts here. I'll show you kind of where we are here. There we are. We're about 300 miles to go, almost there. Our arrival is going to be in the Gibbs. We're doing the docks arrival. So this is what it looks like. We're going to be coming in from Monticello here, and then we're just basically going to join up to Clegg. This is all vector anyway. You don't have to fly this exact route. The actual arrival doesn't start till docks. So we could come this way to docks. We can come this way to docks. Whatever. So we're going to go straight to docks here. We're at Clegg. And then we're going to go to docks, and we'll join up. Go to Linden. We're going to go to Gibbs at 6,000. Sunny. Or Sunji. Then over to Syob. Down. Get vectored. And then we're going to vector into 1 Charlie, which is this runway up here. And so we'll take a look at the taxi. This is our runway of choice, 1 center. We're going to nice long roll out. If I could get off on Yankee 2, we will. We're going to go Yankee 2, and we're going to go to this new cargo ramp on this side. That's where we're going to park the airplane, and the team will get off and go into here in this facility, and we're done. Okay. They'll play tomorrow. We'll get out of here tomorrow night, I think. That's kind of how it is, and they'll get ready for the playoffs or their next home games. Well, we're done for the road. This is the last road game, at least during the regular season. At least, right? Kind of how it goes. Good stuff. Any questions on how we're going to do this? Let's talk about the approach. We're going to be flying the 1 Charlie. We'll go ahead and get configured and ready to go. 011 in the course, 111.3. We're looking at ATIS and 134.85. Potomac approach. We've got Dulles Tower and then ground. Localizers 111.3. Final approach course is 11. Going to hit skins 2300. Right there is our our glide slope intercept angle, and we'll take it right down into the airport. It's going to be a visual approach. We'll just back it up with the ILS. RML is going to be 113.5. We're going to tune that in here as we get a little closer. Airport elevation 313 feet. Touchdown zones 286. MSA for our approaching points is going to be 3,400 on our side, 25 nautical miles away from the airport. Transition altitude is normal in the U.S. It's 18,000. Looking at DME required simultaneous reception. The AME DME required 3 DME from AML 4 VOR 4. Simultaneous approach is authorized within ILS. So localizer DME runway 1 left, ILS 1 left, category 2 and 3. All right, we've got that. Glide slope is not coincident. That's good to know. Looking at glide slope, it's 3 degrees, just a normal glide slope. Again, minimum is going to be 286, going to be our basically field elevation. We got a PAPI there and a Masler lighting. Then the missed approach is going to be climb on 3000. Climb to 3000 on a 011 heading, so runway heading up to 3000. FDK 109.0 on the 200 degree radial, and we'll hold if we had to. Okay, minimums, I'm not worried about it. If we did have, I'm not going to even brief the minimums because it's a beautiful day. It's 10 miles visibility, and the cloud deck is, nearest cloud deck to us is broken at 10,000. So plenty of room to maneuver this airplane. So you don't even have to brief that on a visual approach. Anyway, that's what that looks like. We're going to use that as a backup. Any questions? Are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Any questions?
No questions.
All right, what we will do, folks, we'll plan on a flap 28 landing here. I don't think we need to go into the any more than that. So we'll go landing. It's going to be IAD. Dry winds are right now 2103. 2103. Outside air temperature is pushing 8. Nice and cool up there. VRAF 5. We're gonna go 1 Charlie. 1128. I'm gonna write all this down. I'm doing this a little early. Normally, I would do a little later in the game, but I'm doing it right now. So 1128 landing data. We got 1128 QNH 30.07. Auto brake, we're going to go medium. We don't have to, but we will. Landing distance required. Let's put our landing weight in there. Right now I'm showing 116.5. By the time we land, probably about 114-ish. A couple thousand pounds of fuel I think we'll burn before we get there. Alright, we've got factual landing distance. Our factored actual landing distance is going to be 45.50. So landing distance required, that is 45.50, and then our landing distance available is, how long is this runway? It's pretty darn long runway, I think. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's 11,500 feet. We can land or take off 5,000 times on this thing. So that's good. Time is good. Let's write our numbers down. I've got Our VRAF +5 with a little, that's 133. 133 knots with the flap set as we have it. Maneuvering up speed 218. So I'm going to write that down there as well. We'll get the slats in when we hit that number. And we'll just keep our energy. We'll maintain our energy up. Okay, that's a big thing on this MD-80 is keeping your energy to a good level. You want to keep the energy up on this aircraft a bit. It doesn't like getting slow. That's for sure. Questions? I think we're set. Good stuff, folks. So what's your prediction? I want to know. Is Florida going to make it? Are they going to make it? The Panthers going to make the playoffs? Is it going to be the Panthers, the Penguins, or the Islanders? 2 out of 3 teams are going to make it. All are within 1 point of each other. That's pretty wild. That's impressive. I don't care who you are. That's really impressive. I do want to talk about one thing and discuss this really quick. Let's talk about threat, air management. What's a threat you foresee coming into this airport? Does anybody have any threats they want to throw out there? Potential threats that could be issues for us coming into Dulles here. Looks like we're. That's how I'm going to turn the seatbelt sign on. There's a dog. I'm telling you what, my dog doesn't stand for that crap. If somebody comes in there, she's going to want to know what's going on. All right. What is she barking about? I gotta let her in. She's gonna keep barking on me. So what threats do you see? Anybody see a threat? I want 3 threats, and then we're going to talk about some mitigations on those threats. We got Monticello. I'm going to just plug in Monticello right now. What's the errors that we can do? Think about that too. What kind of errors can we make on this approach? I know one, and I'm going to brief you in just a minute. Let me let my dog in. Yeah, Scott said pop-up TFRs. I didn't even think of that. That's a good call. They do come up. Those TFRs can pop up on you, like you said, any minute, any second. They can, especially coming where we're going into Dulles. You never know. All right, we're kind of skimming the cloud deck here, just enough to maybe have to turn on the engine anti-ice. I think it's really thin to do so. If it was thicker, I'd probably, technically I would. It's negative 23 degrees. There is visible moisture. So yeah, I mean, it's probably a good idea. So I'll throw those on right now. What you could do is open the valves here. And these valves are pneumatic crossfeeds. Oh shoot, I didn't want to do that. There we go. No, I didn't want to do that. There we go. And then let's go ahead and throw engine anti-ice on. Now this is just cal ice. That's all it's going to do is just heat up the cal, make sure it's good to go. And actually, Leonardo is going to come up with an update, and they're going to fix the icing. There's an icing issue on this airplane. So, FYI, to come in the next update, they said. So that's good. Pop-up TFRs is a big one. I will talk about something a little more sinister than that. Just because it's happened before and it could happen again. What seemingly might be a routine approach might not turn into a routine approach, or a routine landing might not turn into that. So what I'm going to do is brief to you UPRT, or upset recovery. So let's say you and I are flying and our speed or energy gets low. We don't see it. Let's say I just pull the throttle back a half inch or something like that, or an inch. An inch on this throttle is like 70% power. So if I pull the throttle back an inch, it's gonna really drop it, which is very weird because all it takes is that much to move, and the thing is just like almost at idle power. So let's say we're in a low energy state. We got flaps hanging down. We're down and dirty. We got the gear out, and we are approaching stall. This aircraft, the very first thing we're going to do is push it. We're going to unload the airplane. Okay, so we're going to call upset recover, and we're going to say these words: push, roll, power, recover. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to push. I don't care if the ground is coming up on us. We're going to push it down. Okay, we got to unload the aircraft. So we're going to unload, roll wings level using the ailerons, and then power. Either power in or out, depending on what's going on. Okay, that's what we're going to do on an upset recovery. Very well could happen. What could be a simple approach might turn into something bad if we had to do a missed approach or go around the weather. Let's talk about the go-around procedure now. What we'll do on a go-around here is I will actually physically look at the throttle quadrant and make sure that we're up, and then I'll look at my instruments. I might turn Cliff on if I can and say, takeoff go-around thrust or toga thrust, because we might be on auto throttle off until. I usually like to take it off about 1,000 feet down. Anything could happen from that point into the runway. So we'll take a good look at the throttle quadrant, make sure we've got power in before we do anything. We'll also call for flap. We'll also call for flap 15, and then we'll go gear up. So we'll go flap 15, then gear. So I'm going to get a horn, because if you go gear up first, you're in a problem. We'll get some energy first before we do anything else. We'll do a nice, slow, smooth climb. We'll build energy up, which is airspeed. We'll get the airspeed going, and then we'll clean up the aircraft, and then just kind of fly the airplane. We might have to hand fly it up, which is fine. Rebuild everything, get the airplane turned on with the autopilot at least, and then figure out what we could do. Alrighty. Are there any questions with that? Right now I'm looking, I don't see I think Washington Center took off. So it's just going to be us today. All right. No comments from that. I think we're good to go. Kind of have a peek. If you can see through those clouds. Really pretty up here. I mean, all that weather is really to the right side of the aircraft, or east, if you will. All that nasty stuff is east. But you can see there's the remnants of that system that moved through that squall line. Nasty stuff. We got top of descent coming up. So that's going to be our mitigating factors. The risk, like Scott said, with the TFRs, we might have an airport closure. If we do, we have plenty of fuel. If we need to do something else or go somewhere else, Baltimore is a great alternate from here. It's close. We could just put it right into Baltimore and be done with it. Or I'd rather go to Baltimore. It's closer. So Baltimore will be an alternate if we had to. All right. Oh man, tired. Smart Pirate, what's up? How are you? Just going over some briefing before we land. We're getting ready to start our descent into the Washington area, Dulles. We talked about low energy, upset recovery, what to do. Remember, unload, roll, power, recover. All right, so we'll remember that. That's a good thing to get into, a good habit. Let's not approach the envelope. Let's just make sure that we keep our Q up, which is our airspeed. Even if I have to go, 5 knots above ref, 10 knots above ref, I'm okay with that. Depends on the bumps and how bumpy it is down there. And then we'll go from there. Okay, I don't have anything else. I think it's good. We've got FSLT on, so traffic might be an issue. We got to be. We'll do radio calls, standard radio calls. We'll just assume every target is a live person, and not FS traffic. Yeah, it's still enough that we need the engine anti-ice, even though it's really thin stuff. It's still visible moisture, even though we're not picking up any ice. It looks like we're kind of right in the, kind of wispy, right in the. There's the Appalachian Mountains right there below us. So I can get a picture. That'd be cool. Right there. Nice. All right. Any questions? No questions, huh? You guys are just good to go. Okay, I'm going to pull up the Docks 3 arrival now because we're going to be getting into it soon. Hide that. We're going to go right to Monticello. From Monticello, we're going to go to Clegg, and then we'll join up to the arrival. And we'll descend. We'll go ahead and descend to an altitude of 6,000 feet over Gibbs. And that should do it. Put her in there and nice straight on taxi, and that's the end of it. Neat. I'm ready. It's nice and cold in here now. Before it was freezing. I had to get the fan to blow all the hot air out. So I usually, when it's nice and cold in the wintertime, what I'll do is I'll take a fan. If it's getting to 40 something. So if it's 40 degrees outside, it's going to be about 80 in the office here with these two computers going. They spit a lot of heat. So what I like to do is take an exhaust fan, put it in my window, open my other window next to it, and then suck all the hot air out and pulls all the cold air in. And it's nice now in here. It's probably around, inside here. Outside it's 40 to 42 degrees, so in here it's probably pushing 38. So it's really nice. It's cool. It's chilly, but it's good. Computers like to be cold, right? And that's good. Oh, little update there going on. Okay, we got a VOR fail, so let's go ahead and Tune to RML 1135 on the back end. Right here, 113.5. That's going to be RML VOR, and then we'll go ahead and tune in our frequency, our localizer frequency, and we'll get ready for that. That's going to be 111.3, so let's go ahead and throw that there, 111.3. You'll see ILS glide slope fail, localizer fail, that's fine. Inbound course is 011 on the course, so 011 on the course. We'll throw that there, good to go. Message is telling us descend. Reset. I know. The thing about this is if you click reset, if you just go like this, the airplane's going to start descending on you. So what you got to do is you got to actually go altitude hold and dial this to 0, and then we can take this and drop it down to 6,000. You see how it's starting to dive on us again? So we're going to go altitude hold. And we want to do 6,000 feet. So there's 6,000 feet. We're on altitude hold mode. I want to hold altitude airplane. Okay, and then I'm going to go ahead, and when we approach the top of descent, you see this? This airplane is so stupid when it comes to this crap. All right, see, I'm taking over now. I'm going to go, I want you at 0. Just want you at 0. I'll tell you when to descend. So, you could force it. It's a pain in the neck when it does that. And I haven't armed anything. I'm waiting for the descent bars to come through. I can go ahead and arm this now. And the airplane's just going to hold altitude. And then when I'll hit VNAV when we start approaching the top of descent, which we are shortly. You should see the bars come in. There's our vertical bars. Now we'll go VNAV, and now it's going to engage the VNAV descent. All right, there we go. The airplane's going to start descending. We're good to go. Increase the range a little bit. That's it. That's all she wrote. All right. Let's go ahead and get Cliff woken up. Descent checks. Descent
Fuel
check.
quantity.
There we go. Checked.
Approach briefing.
Complete. Performed.
Landing data.
Set.
Descent check complete.
All right. Descent check is coming in. We've got that working for us now. Coming in the area. Looking good. Have you folks liked the charters? Have you liked those? These flights with the MD-80? Hopefully it's something different. And you've enjoyed it. This series of flying we do with it. You probably won't see the return trip I do tomorrow. I'm going to do the return trip back. If you're a patron, I might stream it. It depends if I get the time to. I don't think we're going anywhere tomorrow, so I'll probably have some time to stream it, but I do want to spend time with the fam. It's just when somebody has COVID, it just kind of, you got to isolate yourself and hope you don't get it. I'm wearing an N95 every time I go out there. Like when they go upstairs, I'll open up all the windows. It'll get really cold downstairs, get new air in here, dilute it as best I can. I probably are going to get this thing. I mean, I talked to the nurse, and she's like, oh, yeah, you're going to get it. So it's just a matter of when, unfortunately. But I'm trying to do the best I can to not get it because, my goodness, nobody wants that, right? It's a nasty cold. Or worse, depending on who you are and all that good stuff. All right, coming through down negative 8 degrees here, so this is prime icing. Wow, that came down quick. We were at negative 23, and I mean we're at negative 7. I mean that warmed up quick, didn't it? Okay, looking good. We hit 20,000. By the way, if you're new to the channel, do us a favor, hit that subscribe button now if you're watching this on a rewind or something like that and you enjoy the content. Hopefully you learned something about the MD-80. And I'm doing a very ambitious project with this aircraft right now. I'm actually going and doing a whole bunch of cool stuff for teaching on the airplane. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. It's an ambitious program. Like I said, it's an ambitious project, but kind of committed when I have time. I'm like, oh, I could film this section or this part right now. -3 degrees. Once we get a little in the pluses, we're going to go ahead and turn off the engine anti-ice. We don't need those on now. All right. It's been a fun airplane to fly, though. I got to tell you, you got to think. You got to be on your feet. You can't just let it fly you. It'll get you into crazy situations that you don't want to be in. It's a fun. They call it a mad dog for a reason. It's a interesting airplane to fly. That is for sure. I'm just looking at the health of the power here. Looks good straight across. We're still good here on amps and volts are great. Looking good. All right, we're kind of under that cloud deck. You can kind of see the Adirondacks mountains right here. This is kind of you see the mountain waves. Isn't that cool? It's pretty sweet. We're pretty much out of that cloud now. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the engine anti-ice here. Give us some more power. Those valves will close. And we'll go ahead and close up the crossfeeds. All right, good stuff. I can't wait to get this shirt up. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a nice shot here and a nice turn. That's cool. Stay there. Airplane, don't move. Right? Maybe we can get some background clouds. I don't know. Try to get a cool shot, you know? It's hard because this airplane's so dang long. You can't get a close-up. Because if you wanted to get close, like, look, you can only get that, you know? It's like nothing. That's cool. Right there. There you go. Let's get that like that. As it's swinging through its turn. I like close-ups. There she goes. Alright, let's jump back in the flight deck and make sure it's doing what it's supposed to be doing. Alright, here we go. Camera's coming on. Alright, here we go. Transition now.
Set.
Approach check.
Navigation.
Set.
Approach check completed.
Philly's online, but that's about it. Okay, we're over the Linden VOR right now, and we're going to go ahead and start our turn inbound to the airport. Looking good. Yeah, a little bit bumpy. Not too bad. McDo's on. Probably saying, hey, slow down. All right, we're going to start our downwind turn. This is going to be basically our downwind leg. We're kind of airport straight ahead. Probably can see it as we level out. I know drag's required airplane, but not much. Sitting in the autopilot's a little wonky. That's what I was saying before. It's just a little wonky, you know? It kind of keeps you on your toes. I wonder if I could just take these off. That can help me. Yeah, it'll help me see a little bit better. I might have to pull some brake. Let's go quarter brake. Help slow the airplane down a little bit. Let's call them up. Dulles traffic, Riptide 5800, inbound Gibbs 6000. There's 10,000. All right. What did we say the DH was? I think it was like the airport elevation was like 300 or something like that. Wasn't it? Okay, speed brakes are getting 3/4 extend. Got to really slow it down. I got some traffic 1,300 feet below us. At a target 1,200. We might have to stop this descent, depending. Go ahead and decrease the ring to 10. See where he is, 900 feet. Brakes in. Yeah, there's no factor right now. Inbound course 011, got that set. Looking good, coming in on the range. Take the dot off.
286, 10 mile final, 3000, runway 17.
Okay, he's on a 10-mile final on, on one of the runways already. One right. All I heard was one right. I can't hear anything else. So. All right, I got traffic directly ahead of us. I'm watching him. I'm seeing him. He's 200 feet above us, and I'm looking out the window. I don't see a darn thing just yet. Do you guys see anything? All right, he's 400 feet. If we keep on this trajectory, we're okay. You see what I mean about the autopilot, folks?
798, departing, one right on Kilo 7 Dulles traffic.
Dulles traffic, Riptide, 5800, turning downwind, runway 1 center, 20 miles. Okay, I got the airplane. I'm going to go heading. We'll extend that cyborg, whatever that is. We'll just extend our downwind, make sure we get a good altitude. We'll go ahead down, kind of skip it down to 2300 if we can get there. Let's go 3000. Set. Alright, weather's coming off. We don't need that. Train's coming on. There's the airport in sight, so we can do a visual. Okay, brakes in. I got the speed. This is where I'm going to want to slow the airplane down a little bit. Oops. What did I do? 1600. I hit the wrong one, that's why. Course. What was I looking at? Speed. So I'm going to dial the speed back, and I'm going to go ahead and select the... you can do FMS override, and that's going to override the speed. And then I got the heading. So we're going to fly a heading, essentially. We're downwind now, the runway 1 center.
So traffic be advised, Airbus 220 on final for 19 center.
19 center?
Dulles traffic, Southwest 286, 3.5 out, runway 1 center, landing, Dulles.
Okay, he's 3.5 miles. We'll have to extend. See where he's at. He said 3.5 miles, so he's pretty close. I don't see a target just yet. All right, Cliff, let's get this thing going. Heading select, please. Turn that heading up over there. Get that downwind. All right, Cliff. Slats extend.
Speed checked. Slats are extended.
Slats extended.
All right, there's carry. Good on the speed right there with the slats in there. We'll start slowing it a little bit down. Looking for that southwest jet. That Dulles traffic, Riptide 5800. That southwest jet on 1 center. How close are you?
We're about to touch down.
Right. Dulles traffic, Riptide 5800 on a base, runway 1 center. Carry needs to be about 2,900, and we're there. 3,000 feet on the descent here. That should carry us down there. All right. This vertical speed is driving me crazy. Pick a vertical speed and stay with that airplane. How's that? Okay, speed's coming down. I'm going to start dropping it down to that first notch of flaps. Let's get it a little slower. There we go. 180. Let's get a flap in here. All right, Cliff. Flaps 11.
Speed checked. Flaps 11 set.
Got it. Flap 15.
Speed checked. Flaps 15 set.
Flaps 15.
Dulles traffic, Delta 798, turning base to final, runway 01 right, Dulles traffic.
Dulles traffic, Southwest 286 is clear, runway 1 center, Dulles.
Dulles traffic, Riptide 5800 on final 1 center. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're off. There's 1 center over here, so we're just going to jog over there. And then I'll capture it. There we go. I got the airplane, folks. I'm going to go manual on this. Flaps 15. Oh, we are on flaps 15. Gear down.
Speed checked. Flaps 15 set. Check.
Flaps 28.
Speed checked. Flaps 28 set.
Traffic, flaps traffic.
Final check, please.
Gear.
Down.
Ignition.
Set to alpha.
Auto spoilers and auto brakes.
Armed.
Flaps and slats.
Set. Checked.
Landing clearance.
Received.
Final check completed.
All right, here we go. Looking good on speed. We'll just kind of keep the thrust levers like this. We're a little high, so we're going to have to just kind of get it down. I've got the speed in there. Flaps are set 28. Lights are on. One center is the runway. We got one guy coming in on one right next to us. So let's look at the wind. If I get a wind check, it'd be nice. 2103. Whoa, look at that dip. Get some thrust going just a little bit. There we go. We'll fly all night with this. Nice and high. Cheech.
We're going to be taking runway 01. Roger. And DCA traffic. Envoy 3865, we're going to be pushing back from stand 41, and we'll be passing the runway 01 via taxiway November Juliet. This is to runway 1, DCA traffic.
A little breezy. Alright, those trees are coming up way high, so I'm going to have to recover. We're right on profile right now.
500 above.
Check.
500. 400. 300.
That's going to start smoothing out now. Low.
200.
Approaching minimums. Align.
Landing.
Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light slow. Light
Minimums.
slow. 100.
Flare.
30. 20. 10.
Spoilers deployed.
2 in the hole.
$80 knots. 60 knots.
Out of reversers. Out of the brakes. My plane. Welcome to Dulles. Alright. Nice and gusty. Okay, we're going to keep it rolling. We're going to go down Yankee 2. Dulles. Alright, let me start horsing around and get off the runway.
Slow trap Dulles 1098, clear one right.
Dulles traffic riptide 5800, clear of 1, center Dulles. Alright, let's cross the runway, tell Cliff clean it up. After landing check.
After landing check completed.
This is the conclusion of our flight. Please remain seated with your seatbelts fastened until the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign and the aircraft is parked safely at the gate.
Why would he turn off mode C on me? Idiot.
Gather your belongings and disembark.
Alright, there's no room on this side of the airport, so
and hope to see you again on a future flight.
Turn that on. Turn this off. Usually they park over here. So we're going to have to do that the same thing. We're going to park way on the other side of these 7.5s. Unfortunately, there's no GSX. Something about that livery that screams warm weather. Yeah, that's right. I mean, for crying out loud, that's Florida. That's good. That's what we wanted. All right, look at that. Oh yeah, I gotta get her painted on this. Something's up with the lights. See how the lights are weird. That's where I want it. All right, brakes coming on. Brakes are on. Pull the window up. Get some nice fresh air here, cold air. All right, here we go. 2's off. 1's off. Strobes, and collision lights off. I'll throw that off. That's off. I'll throw these off. We don't need them on. Oh yeah, I did need this. All right, let's go ahead and open up our main door. We'll open up our stairs, and we'll go ahead and start disembarking. So we're going to say start onboarding. That's it, folks. That's all she wrote. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and get a time in here. I got 18:28 arrival. 18:28 arrival. Looks like I'm going to shut off our pumps. Yep. Cool. Let's go through a parking check here. And let me plug into that. Oh, somebody pinged me here. Yeah. Yes. Cool. Let's clear this up. Let's do our... What was I doing? Gotta get our ACARS program running here. Let's tell ACARS to book this thing. Book them, Johnny. Okay. That was a route. That was a long flight because of the route, right? The route took us well along a long path around. Let's go ahead and do our stuff. I'm going to open the door here, and then we'll get everything hooked up. Oh yeah, he's got to run the checklist. Parking check.
PTA traffic envoy
Parking brakes.
65. We're going to be crossing
on.
Runway 4 at Juliet. PTA
On.
Traffic.
Set.
Flaps and slats.
Retracted.
APU or external power.
Established.
Fuel levers.
Off.
Anti-collision.
Off.
Hydraulic pumps.
Off.
Seatbelt switch.
Off.
Ice protection panel.
Off.
Transponder.
Off. Standby.
Parking check completed.
Thank you. Ronald says, nice headphones. Thanks, bud. Appreciate it, man. Welcome aboard. All right, folks, here we are.
3865 is clear, runway 4 on Juliet, ETA touch.
That reminds me, I've got to send this over. There's something wrong with these lights. The textures are all goofy. So I'll send that over to the repainter. He'll have to repaint it. And go from there. All right, let's jump back in. We're going to be taking this airplane off tomorrow on the way home. We'll do the return flight back to Fort Lauderdale. So I'm just going to write down some of the numbers here. 5,700 over 5,650. All right. Fuel's 11,450. And we'll go ahead and shut this thing down like a termination check here. Okay, that's all set. We'll come over here. That's good. Let's shut her down. They're already off the airplane. There's only a few of them, right? So we'll go to the tech log. Let's take a look at that. Weekly check expired. Deferred items are on. No malfunctions. That's good. Last weekly check was when? Last flight. But I want to do this. I want to request this. It says it's queued. Well, like, why doesn't it work? It should do it. I don't know why it does that. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and turn everything off. Throw this on the APU, and we'll get ready to do a termination check here. Let's see if he does it. Before leaving, aircraft check.
Emergency lights.
Off.
Air conditioner.
Off.
Galley power.
Off.
Windshield anti-ice and anti-fog.
Off.
Pitot heat.
Off.
Lights and screens.
Off.
APU.
Off.
Battery switch.
Off.
Before leaving, aircraft check completed.
Thanks. Okay, we'll leave those on. We'll turn the battery off. That's it.
This parking is isolated. Ground services are not available.
You think? That's all she wrote. Cool, button this thing up and we're out of here. Are those HyperCloud 2s? Yes, they are HyperCloud 2s. I love them. They're really nice headphones. I would recommend getting them. They're really cool if you're in the market. I'm sure they got a brand new set now. They're about a year old. But I love them. They're great headphones. Cool stuff. Well, folks, we made it. Our last flight, maybe, in the MD-80 for the hockey charters. We have the return trip home tomorrow night. They play Washington Capitals, and then we'll send them home to Fort Lauderdale on this aircraft tomorrow night. We'll take it up, and we'll fly them back home at night, and we'll see on the playoffs. It really depends on if they make it to the playoffs or not. So they have three games left, and that could really, those 3 games could really go either way. Right, so there's 3 teams involved, and each team could affect the other team's outcome. That's how crazy it is. So I hope you enjoyed the stream. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this beautiful MD-80 aircraft that we have here. And I am going to go ahead and click unlock the doors. I want to get out of this dang flight deck and go to the hotel and watch a hockey game. That's what I want to do. There we go. Let's go head out of here, and that's it. We'll button it up, and I'm done. Right? It wouldn't look like this, by the way. It would be in VIP. It'd be a definite VIP situation. Real cool. Cool looking bird. And then I'd probably want to shut this door. Shut the door here. That's it. You should fly into DCA. Yeah, Ronald, one of these days we could. Maybe if we service DCA one of these days on a line flight, we could do that on the 737. The reason why we don't fly in there now, we fly into Dulles, is because the hockey charter, they fly to this airport. So we tend to, we want to keep it as real as possible, and so we, all the flights that we fly, the routes, everything we do is as real as it gets for 121 ops. So if they fly in, they flew the flight today, they'll fly it tomorrow night out. We'll do the same thing. We kind of follow their schedule. So, but on a line flight, if Coastal starts going there, then yeah. But right now, gosh, we're working on the Caribbean hard. That's our next expansion, is the Caribbean, and we're doing a lot of flying in the Caribbean with the 7.3s. That's a cool picture. So. Good stuff. I see. Yeah, DCA is challenging. It is. It's cool. Are y'all Hilton members? I don't know where we're staying today. Did you send the paperwork, Sean? I think Sean sent the paperwork. I'd have to look at where we're staying. He usually includes a hotel that we're staying at. Let me look what he wrote. I got a whole worksheet up. Let's see. We've got billing. We're staying at where are we staying? I don't know where we're staying tonight. Oh, he didn't include that. He included that in the trip billing details. We're probably staying at some kind of the Western Inn or something. I don't know. Yeah, DCA is fun. It's a fun airport. It's really cool. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get the heck out of here. So it's been a fun night, but a fun flight. And if we don't, if Florida doesn't make the playoffs, just it's been real fun flying the NHL charters. It's been some long flights that we had to do, especially with Florida Panthers. Gosh, we went some long ways. I mean, I started this venture with this aircraft at 0 hours. Maybe I had 2 hours in it, just kind of getting used to it. I've got over 200 hours now on the airframe. That's how long these flights are. And they travel everywhere, and we flew every dang flight on their schedule, every single one. We did not miss a day. I can honestly say that we flew. The team, Coastal team, flew the entire season. So. Should be in the main paperwork, the Westin Washington Dulles Airport. Is it in the main paperwork? Oh, you probably sent in the charter one. I was looking at the one you sent. Hold on, Sean. I'm sorry. Here I am the whole time looking at the wrong section. There it is. I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah. We're staying at the Dulles. Here we go. We got Fort Lauderdale, Dulles, the Westin Washington Dulles Airport. So that's where we're staying tonight. So we're looking at. I'll show you the paperwork. This is our charter department. They does such a good job. Oh, didn't I close it? Dang it. Hold on. Let's see if I can pull it up here again. Oh, it's running. That's why. Let's see if we can pull it up. I'll pull it up on the screen. I'll show you the paperwork, and then you could see kind of the detail that Sean goes into. It's pretty wild what he does. All right, so this is the paperwork that we've got. This is what Sean sends us. He sends us a bill. Well, he bills them, and he sends me the bill, the receipt, or the ticket, if you will, and then I have to put that into the website to make sure that it corresponds with what's going on. Anyway, you can see this is what Shelter Aviation. That's the FBO. Well, that's where we took off out of, and then we're in Signature Flight Support, Skychef West Ramp Parking 8. Oh, West Ramp 8 parking. That's probably over here somewhere. Or we can see. Let's pull that up and see if GSX does that.
This parking is isolated.
Oh, you
services
suck.
Are not available.
So what we'll try to do is just kind of slew over and see if we can't get it to go, hey, you're in the wrong spot, something like that maybe. Let's see if we can't get it to park us at 8.
This parking is isolated.
What?
Ground services are not available.
You stupid thing. All right, there you go. We're close. You got to do something.
This parking is isolated. Ground services are
not
available.
I tried. Do you get a Coastal credit card? Yes, you do. A company card? Yep. I'll tell you the company card. I'll see how much money I have in my account too. I can show you that. I'll tell you. I'll show you really quick if you want to see what how much we just got paid for this flight. I'll show you. Coastal. Da 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 da. Let's go and put my face in there. Whoa. Okay, I don't want that. Through the dashboard. All right, there you go. So we have made this flight. I think we made. Let's see. We landed with 171 feet a minute. Flight time is 2 hours and 40 minutes. That's how much I have on the credit card right now on our account. That's my account personal. That's $69,000 I've been paid for flying at Coastal. And I could actually tell you how much we made on it in just a minute. Let's see how much we got paid personally. So if I was looking, I have to go to our PIREPS. You can't see it. That's okay. I'll just tell you how much. All right. First of all, we made $45,000 on this flight. We charged about 60 grand, total. That's with fuel costs, crew costs, the whole 9 yards. We got paid for this flight $629. So I made, $600, and I'm a $620. That's pretty good for 2 hours and something minutes of work. But I'm a high time pilot, right? So I'm the most senior on our list. I've got about 400 hours in the company. So every time you hit 100 hours or 50 hours, you get a promotion. You keep getting promoted until you top out, which is the 1,000 hour. You'll hit it, and once you hit 1,000 hours, you're topped out at max pay. So yeah. So that's pretty good. Yeah, it was 40. We made 45,000. The fuel cost us $14,000 on the fuel. The aircraft cost about $8,000 to operate. Pilot pay, we had to pay obviously for the landing expenses. We paid landing fees. We paid airport parking fees. We got good cargo. We put in cargo on the aircraft too, so we made about $6 grand out of that. So all of the pricing that you see, like on our line flights, like it could take me. It takes us a long time to every line flight we do, folks. Every line flight we do, not charters, but every line flight we do is to the max, like real. So ticket pricing, that's all simulated. Every month those get refreshed on every flight we do. Ticket pricing, fuel pricing. Our pilots get promoted, they get increase in pay. So I mean, you could see our financials this month. We jumped in costs up because we had a pilot who just promoted as well, and I promoted. So our costs are going up. Our labor costs are rising because of that. You get seniority. And the ticket prices were suppressed last month. Fuel pricing was a bit higher than it was. So we didn't make as much as we wanted to. I mean, we made great money because of the MLS contract. So that's what kind of bailed us out. We signed a contract with them for a few $1,000,000 to ship them wherever they want to go. I think that's good. Do you guys have fuel contracts in Miami and Fort Lauderdale? Yes. We do. I think our fuel, let me just look right now what our fuel cost. Here, I could show you really quick on without divulging anything. Let me see. I'll pull up the financials. I'll show you what we got. So this is what we got for this month right there. So the month of March, you can see our net income was 4.4. Our operating revenue is 4.7 million, but our operating expenses on the line were about 500,000. Operating expense excluding fuel and oil, 400,000. RASM and cents was 15 cents per. The RASM is revenue per available seat mile, and that's calculated. So every time we fly a mile, we're getting 15 cents. Now that's down. You see how down that is? It was 64 cents last month. Well, in March it was down, right? So it's 15 cents, and that's because the ticket pricing industry-wide was suppressed. So we didn't make as much money as I wanted to because of that reason, right? So then our costs gone up. So look at our this is CSAS. CASM means cost per available seat mile. So every time you fly a mile, how much does it cost the airline, us, to pay? And it's 32 cents, right? 32 cents a mile. It was 2024. You see how the cost went up? And then our CASM, which is cost per available seat mile, excluding fuel and oil, was 13 cents. Again, it's still high because our costs are going up because we're introducing new aircraft to the fleet. We introduced 4 new 600s, and every time you introduce an airplane, it's going to cost you money because the first time you fly that airplane, you have expenses. And we're flying into some really expensive airports to operate into and out of, like the Caribbean. Just kills us with taxes and stuff like that. A lot of money, but we charge that. The passengers pay for that. We don't. But again, we pay for a full boat. So they charge you 130 passengers. You got to pay 130 passengers, even though if you get 125 show up, you're still fitting the bill. So you know what I mean? So you got to inflate those tickets, and the ticket prices are competitive. And what I mean by that is we match or exceed, we either match or go under what the standard is. You can look at our average fuel burn cost per pound. Look, 47 cents per pound. That was good. Fuel prices were down a little bit last month. That was nice. Revenue passengers carried excluding our charter. That's how many revenue passengers we carried last month. 6,927 passengers, and we're flying maybe 3 pilots. We have about 3 in training. We've got 5 total released, but that's with 3 or 4 of us flying the line. I haven't flown the line, because I'm developing new routes. So, but when I develop a new route, I'm actually doing a revenue flight, so that's good. ASM is available seat miles. This is like capacity, if you will. Look at that. I mean, we went from 3.9 million capacity in January. February we're down a little bit, and March we're up again, so that's good. Load factor was pretty good load, 96%, so that's pretty stable. Charter revenue, you see the charter revenue is 5.1 million. That's because of the contracts we signed with the MLS team. Really, it was an error. That's why it's so high. Whatever. Salaries and wages, that's how much it costs. But you can see what happened, right? The salaries and wages and benefits. Look at 16,000, 11,000, 23,000. You almost doubled it, and it's because of the promotions. And we're getting captains. They're getting out of training and they're starting to fly, so those costs are going to go up. Fuel and oil expenses, $600,000. Maintenance cost us about $200,000 in maintenance. Landing fees and airport fees for $200,000. Charter operating expenses about $176,000. Fare expenses were $183,000. Total expenses $1.3 million. So that's what we release every month. Every month we release that. So pretty cool. What other aircraft type do you think of adding? Yeah, I'm sure it can't be cheap for the MD-80 to get maintenance for sure. Fleet Camalies would save Southwest. Yeah, let me remind everyone, this MD-80 doesn't fly the line ever. It's not a line flight. It's not a line aircraft. It will never fly the line because of the costs are so variable on it. So we can make money on this MD-80 on charters because we know how much we can charge and how much we'll get. We know revenue on this airplane. So it's okay to, it's okay, even though it burns a lot of fuel, it's great because we know exactly how much we can make on it versus you have a 737 or you put that on the line, you'll lose your shirt. So that the MD-80 is only for a charter, and that's why when it doesn't fly, it's paid for already. So we don't have to finance this. We paid this thing outright. We got it for dirt cheap a year ago. Same with the other one, the MD-83, we got pretty cheap too. So our 88 and 83, both charter runs, and they make us good money. So that's good. That's a sheet that we do. So you're saying what other aircraft do we fly? We fly the 737. So that's what made our backbone of the fleet. So we have 737-700s are the backbone. We have 800s. We have 600s. We only have 4 600s, but those 600s run the Caribbean only. They pound the Caribbean. So we've got 800s, 700s, and 600s, and we ordered. So that's what we got. We got 4 new 700s coming in to the fleet, and we've got a couple of new aircraft on order, and not new, but I mean used. We got a couple of 757s coming later in the year, and those 57s are really going to be Hawaii, ETOPS flights. So, but not a lot. We're going to kind of hold on that. We'll see if it doesn't make sense, we won't do it. It's got to make fiscal sense, and it's got to make us money. So those are the two things. The MD-80 is fun, and we got it dirt cheap, and we bought it when it was. We bought it almost a year ago, right? When we couldn't afford to pull in a 737 off the line to fly a charter run. So we went out and bought the MD-80. That's why we did it. It was like, you know what? We could get it dirt cheap pricing. Yes, the maintenance costs are high, but it can make us a ton of money with charter. As long as we could do charters, it's making us money. Do we have a dedicated office staff? Yes, we do. We have some managers. We have our charter department, like you just saw. Sean's on our charter run. He does all the charters. Myself, I pretty much over training with Cody. We do training together. CFO, I'd love to get a CFO. I really would. I would like to get a CFO to get all that data in because it does take a while, especially, and if I can get a web developer, man, I would love that. A full-time web developer or something like that. So at least somebody on staff that could help us here and there. So yeah, there's a couple of things that I want to see in the future for sure. I like doing the CFO stuff. The financials are great. All that goes in a database. I basically extrapolate the data and put it in that form you just saw. So I watched the grand opening of Coastal. Currently watched full day 5 trip flight video. It's awesome. It's pretty cheap. Oh yeah, Ontario. So let me ask you a question about West Coast flights. Yes, the answer is yes. So a couple of airports we're thinking of. We opened a focus city in Indianapolis, right? Indianapolis pretty cheap for us. We can fly into there pretty good, pretty solid return on that airport so far. You're gonna be looking at Salt Lake City as another either a hub or a focus city, and from Salt Lake we're going to be fanning out. So you're going to see some westward expansion. Ontario is awesome. They just, I heard Vertical Sims just going to release. So a couple of things for us to, before we even think about flying to airports at Coastal. One, the airport has to be, it has to be a scenery. There has to be scenery for it, or else we won't fly there, usually speaking. There's got to be either freeware that's awesome or payware for scenery. That's the first criteria. Usually airports we fly into are challenging. Some, especially in the Northeast, we fly to like Bar Harbor's real short runway. So you get a lot of that in the Northeast. Not so much now. Like Key West we fly into, that's another shorty. West Virginia. But anyway, we're going to start expanding westbound. So you'll start seeing the 800s go from Indy to Salt Lake, and then the 700s will pound the West Coast. Portland, we'll go maybe Eugene. We're definitely going to Monterey. That's on the list. What else is on the list over there? We have SBA, that's Santa Barbara. Ontario, if it's cheap, I'll look at the airport. But that, one thing we won't do is just fly somewhere just to fly somewhere. So we'll actually do research first. We'll have to do a cost comparison to see if the cost is worth the flight. If it's expensive, or if expensive fuel. I will tell you right now, like LaGuardia, Miami, we lose our shirt on that route every time we fly. We lose money. We probably lose $1,000, or maybe $2,000-$3,000 every time we fly that route. So you're probably going to ask yourself, well, why the heck are you flying the route, right? Well, it's New York, right? You guarantee 100% full ship from New York to Bar Harbor. Now, that's the thing. In the Bar Harbor trips, make a ton of money for us. We make hand over fist. So that's why we fly out of New York, because we could fill it, and it's a great market. You could pack an airplane out of New York, no problem. Good stuff, huh? Anyway. I showed up very late, Jeffrey says. What's this last cruise title? Well, Jeffrey, the last cruise means we're doing an NHL charter with the Florida Panthers, and it could be their last flight. So, the last cruise means the season's over. If they don't make the playoffs, that's the end of it, right? So no more charter, no more NHL charter, at least for them. We'll park this airplane. It'll in Fort Lauderdale. It'll start doing MLS charters this summer. So it'll do Major League Soccer with the other MD-83. So both of those aircraft will run MLS if our pilots want to fly it. You probably won't see it on the stream much in it at all now. We're going to probably transition, if they don't make the playoffs, we'll be transitioning to the 737 line flights again, which will be fun, because I like, that's obviously my airplane. That's all that is, yeah. So, like, it's cold in the winter. They may want to go more beach. Yeah, exactly. So, and that's the whole point, right? So we're going to feed, our passengers will be fed to those destinations, to those beaches from Salt Lake. So we'll go from Salt Lake to Indy. And then from Indy, again, it's fanned out to the south and in Miami, and then from Miami, you can go to the Caribbean, right? So, I mean, we're going to run the Caribbean. I got to tell you, we've got 21 new destinations in the Caribbean opening shortly, in short order. So, and I'm starting the ball rolling. We've got 3 4-day trips so far out there. I haven't even released it to our team yet, so. It's going to get going here. I'm going to start. I'm starting the process now, getting everything organized into the schedule, and then, all the financials are ready to go. I just have to throw a switch and say, all right, cruise, it's open, go for it. And it's really cool how the schedule works. You got to look at the timetable that we got, but it's like. I wish we had, like, if we could do a full day stream, if like 3 pilots can do a full day stream, and you could see how it actually funnels in at the same time. It's insane how we set it up. So you've got an 800 that comes in the morning into San Juan. That's going to be a hub of ours, essentially. And it's a hub that you overnight in, but you don't actually live there. So day one, you're usually flying into San Juan, and then It's really cool. 800 flies in there in the morning, and then you've got 4 600s just waiting. So it's basically a hub and spoke at that in the Caribbean. And then you've got 4 600s, and passengers just go, whoop, they fan out, and they jump on the 600s, and then you've got just 600s just shuttling passengers to different islands. And they all converge into St. Thomas in the afternoon because we have an afternoon flight from St. Thomas back to Miami in a 700. So you've got all these 600s converging on that airport, fill that airplane, and then they go out again. And same thing with San Juan. We have a San Juan trip in the afternoon, and it's the same thing. These 600s fly in to meet that 800. It's really cool. It's so cool. And it'd be really cool to see how if we got like 4 pilots together and each of us did one day. It'd be awesome to see how it just works. It'd be pretty cool. It's awesome. I love doing that stuff though. That's kind of my deal. There's probably a lot of niche routes you can do. Take advantage of the routes people want to do. Yeah, exactly. Have you thought about going to South America? Yes. Ronald, South America is on our list as well, for sure. Costa Rica, you'll see some South American trips as well. I think once we get a little more established in the States, you'll start to see it. But right now, we financed. I bought tons of aircraft. We've got to get those aircraft out. We got to get people flying them, and that means we need pilots, right? So I've got 3 pilots in training. Once those 3 pilots graduate and get off, get out of training, then we're going to open another class. But it's interesting because you can't fly. Like if we have 10 aircraft and all 10 aircraft are flying, you won't be able to fly because they're being used. So we have to make sure we time that right, where there's enough airplanes for pilots, if that makes sense. So if there's 20 airplanes, we need to have 20 pilots or less, which is cool because that means everybody's got an aircraft to fly when they want to. Pretty fun. Anyway, all right, we'll see ya. Jeffrey says, "Are you still hiring? I never completed my." Jeffrey, yeah, we're going to be hiring in the summer. Right now, we're not hiring right now, but in the summertime, we'll be hiring for sure. I'll let you know. If you follow us on Instagram, you'll start seeing promotion. You'll start seeing me promote. We'll start promoting. Say, all right, we're hiring for the summer 2023 class. Please get your applications in. I think your app's in. Just keep me posted. If you want to, let me know. That's fine. But right now, we got a wait list, so we've got 20 something people on a wait list right now. So and it's only going to be about 3 or 4 that we're going to take in the summertime. And again, we'll do it in the seasons. You get through training. It says training takes about 2 to 6 months before you can get released to the line. So, alrighty, folks, you have a great rest of your day. Enjoy. Until next time, keep the blue side up and the black side down. We will see you next week, probably on the line or going to Raleigh. Who knows? See ya.